And welcome back to Icewindale. When we last left the Icewind Trackers, they were heading off towards Caer. It is a icy town with one of the last remaining castles left in its stead. All the other ones are either ruined or forgotten. The goal of which is to try and check up on Cora Mulfoon's son, Uara. Uawara. Uawa. You know, he's gone missing some time ago, after a set of tieflings arrived at Cora's doorstep and seemed to talk to the boy. And at that point, he seemed adamant to just up and leave. He'd never been quite the same ever since ever since he came back from the search party, and he'd come back with a strange black crystal. So, fearing for his safety, you set off to try and find him. And after you arrived, you did set your hearthstone to the nearest inn, and there was there was a brief talk in there before the innkeeper pointed you towards the actual keep. He mentioned, though, that the speaker of this town, Crannock, has not been well recently. In fact, no one's really seen him in a long time, and as a result, he's been either cooped up in his castle or just too ill to get out of bed, perhaps. But in any case, you asked him if he had seen tieflings, and he did mention yes, he's seen some tieflings coming and going from the keep, though he doesn't recognize them as locals who have lived here all their life, or rather pointed them to perhaps being either additional guard or perhaps even doctors or nurses who have come to help check up on his health. But in any case, he doesn't really know all that much because he just works the inn. In any case, you decided to go investigate yourself, so you headed up the trail towards the keep. And I think I gave you some artwork for that. Yeah, here we go. So the beautiful keep sits atop this rocky shore, and you can even see Kelvin's cairn looming behind it as well. That isn't a cloud in the distance. That is actually the mountain that is the biggest landmark in all of Icewindale. So, as you first approach, you see the sturdy stone castle. Seems to be devoid of warmth and ostentation. Squats atop the cliffs overlooking the town and the frozen harbour. And warding the castle entrance are thick, battle-hardened wooden doors. There are 4 cylindrical guard towers that have wind-worn flags bearing the town's heraldry fluttering above their tiled conical roofs. And these towers are connected by icy battlements and parapets. And atop the castle walls and within the guards' towers, you can see torches are aflicker. So as you approach, you're crunching your way across the snow-covered ground. You can see that there's likely a courtyard on the other side of this large portcullis. And you seem to have already drawn the attention of one of the guardsmen who is posted here. And they begin to lift up a torch from a sconce and heading over towards the parapet to look down upon you. Alright. You see there is a female tiefling of sort of palish red complexion. Let me actually drag you to the map. And slap your tokens down as well. Actually, grab you all. And I should say, actually, it is a good point to have Eve mention that she has to go and do Minerva's training. They can't just be carrying around a fragile little griffin all the way. They need to open their wings, and this is a good opportunity as you're in a safe environment in a town,
Yeah.
and you're not going to get lost. You know, she knows where you're going. She says, "I'll meet you back at the uphill climb," and she's
Yeah.
going to do some training with her little griffin. So
Yeah.
you can hear her whistle in the distance, and you can see a little Minerva flapping their wings against the cold winds.
I'd have probably asked her to keep an eye on the axe beak because we don't. Or did we bring the axe beaks here to stable them up here? I can't remember.
We brought them with us to stable them.
Yeah.
Because there was no stables in town.
Yeah,
We were told
that
to
was
go
it. Yeah.
up to the castle to ask for stabling.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So. Right.
Okay.
Ignore me.
All right. Let me actually get you on the map. There you go. There's Ashanti, Barry, Bits, Hulla, Wealgeist, and.
Oh god, the light. There is like no light on this map. Apparently.
No, that's a good point. Does depend on what time of day you're here.
Should I put up my lights?
Put
up my lights.
I'm actually going to give you global illumination. That will give you light for the time being. That's better. Okay. Is that good?
Yep. I can see.
Okay. Cool. All right. So this is the tiefling you see. I'm going to grab her token. She appears at the top of the parapets and looks over. You can see she's wearing kind of like a leathery armor. She's equipped with a bow and arrow that she has drawn, but not like she's actually not drawn back an arrow, but she has the bow in her hands, and she looks over the edge down at all of you, and says, "Halt! Just exactly what business do you have at Keep Dinnerval?"
Yeah, looking for a place to stable our axe beaks. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Ashanti.
No, I was going to say the exact same thing. I was just going to dismount and, hold my hands out to the sides, like, I'm not drawing a weapon. And I was going to say the exact same thing. We're just, we're looking for, we're travelers traveling through, and we're looking to stable our axe beaks, and we're told that would, we should do that up at the castle.
I mean, aren't we also looking for a young lad?
It's not.
Our stables are full, I'm afraid. We've got six dogs that have taken up all the room, unfortunately.
Oh, I have a dog. Her name is Bits. And Bits perks up and goes, "Oh," as soon as she hears her name. Are they friendly dogs? Because Bits has not had anybody to play with in just ages.
I'm afraid I'm under orders that I'm not allowed anyone in. This is unwelcome times, unfortunately, due to the sickness that has befallen our speaker, you see. He's not accepting visitors of any kind.
Well...
Oh, but we have a cleric of Hades.
2 clerics.
Yeah, I mean, so, is Faith with us?
I assume Faith was with us.
Thanks for reminding me, actually. Ta-da!
We have 2 clerics. Perhaps they can help.
I was going to ask if you had tried healing spells, magic. I don't know, do you guys have magic up here?
Actually, at the mention of a god of Hades, she kind of, her face turns into like this perpetual frown. You can see her one lip kind of raise up in like a sneering kind of expression, and looks down at all of you closer, like squinting her eyes.
I
And
don't mean any harm, I promise. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
She says, Speaker Crannock has no need of your heathenous rituals, Cleric of Hades.
Then
I mean, by definition, I'm not a heathen. But Hades is an evil. You know that, right? He's a god of the underworld and guarding the gates between the living and the dead. Part of that job means keeping anyone from dying who isn't supposed to. Maybe your speaker isn't supposed to. Everything's kind of crazy right now. You know, doesn't have to be like this.
Even still, we have our own healers. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Okay, so you've tried magic then? I just checking.
We have
Yeah.
tried everything, but it seems Crannock is under some sort of otherworldly illness.
well,
And yes, he's too sick to entertain any guests.
Right,
Well,
we're
if-
not asking to speak to Crannock. We're asking to speak to whoever's giving you the orders. All right, we want in. We need to stable our mounts to get them out of this weather. Bits is exhausted from running next to the axe peaks all day. This is where we were told to go, and so we need to talk to somebody else. So you need to run along and go get to somebody else we need to talk to.
you also have to consider that if you've got healers, as you said, they're clearly not working if the speaker's still ill. Why not let our healers give it a try? Maybe we can figure something out.
I mean, one of them's a tiefling like yourself. I don't know if that makes any difference.
Clerics of Hades are more likely to push him over the edge.
But what
Well-
about someone who isn't a cleric of Hades? And I point to Vev.
To that, she looks again, narrowing her eyes. And just who are you supposed to be? I'm also a cleric. One of many faiths, as you can see. And she gestures towards all of her holy symbols. But one in particular does lend me her aid. She raises her eyebrow. Go on. She looks towards the rest of you as if she's a little lost and not unsure as to whether to admit who she worships. It's
To be honest, if they can fix the problem, what does it matter who they worship? Your clerics obviously haven't been able to do the job, so why not let someone else have a go? What's the worst that can happen? He
it
doesn't get
matters a
any
great
better.
deal. There are many gods. A god of Tempest would have no business being able to heal the sick.
Well,
It's a god of
surely someone who worships Tempest would want soldiers and fighters able to be fit, so surely even his clerics would be capable of healing.
The speaker is no fighter.
Well, you could
But it's
say
not
as
if
the
I told you
leader
that
of it.
the-
Sorry, go ahead.
The only thing he's fighting for is his life.
Then
I don't
that's
suppose it'd
perhaps the
help.
grace fight.
Well, it's fine. If he doesn't want to be healed, or he doesn't want to even the attempt to be healed, that's we can't force it.
That is true.
It's like-
That is true.
Like we were talking about before, if you don't want to be brought back from the dead, then that's a
Yeah.
choice. That's a legitimate choice.
That's fine. I guess they want their speaker to die. Leave 'em-
It seems
Or at
so.
least his guard does.
Saying it loud
Um,
enough for them to hear.
Fine by me.
She rolls her eyes and shakes her head. Do you have
Question:
actually any more business, or are you just loitering at
ha-
this point?
Have you received any communication from East Haven recently? From the new speaker?
That's actually a good question.
Because
Let
we
me
got
think.
letters from a bunch of like the towns asking for help, so it's possible that word has come here because they were trying to arrange a speakers meeting, right?
Correct. Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely reason to believe they would have sent letters here. So she says, well, it's possible Kadroth has received letters. I'm not
Then-
the postwoman. I'm just
Then can
the
we
guards.
speak to Kadroth, because if he has received word from East Haven, then he would know that we are trustworthy.
And on top of that, we are after the meeting to go ahead. I assume you can't send your speaker if they are ill. And, you know, we are good friends of Captain Indra. In East
Speak at
Haven.
Indra now, I suppose.
Yeah, speak at Indra.
Hmm. And you're here on behalf of East Haven, is that it?
We're here on you could. Yes, we're here to try to get the meeting together for and if we can help your speaker get to that meeting for the good of 10 towns, then that's what we're here to do.
That seemed hesitant.
I was trying to think of the way to word it without making it seem like we're basically, as my friend here said, we want the meeting to go ahead for the benefit of 10 towns. We're not here as official representation of East Haven, but we are allies of East Haven.
I see. Wait here. And she disappears from the tops of the parapet. She clearly backs away from it. And you're left kind of waiting.
Yeah.
Wondering.
Geist just sort of leans over to Faith whilst this is going on, and it's just like, if you were to say, not really the religious type, if you were to say to them that you were, I don't know, a patron of Lathander or something instead, or I was just naming a random god that popped into my head, would that stop oral working for you?
I fear any of Oral's repercussions.
That's fair.
Yeah, it would seem like that would be like denouncing her, right? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I wasn't fully sure. As I said, I'm not really up on this religious thing. I am studying, holds up the Book of Hades, but, you know.
Right. Should I just be honest and say? I mean,
they might not let you in, but, I mean, honesty is often the best policy.
I'm just very concerned. Most people in this continent of the world hate Oril. They put blame
Can't
on her
imagine
as the
why.
reason.
Don't take it personally. It's not you.
No,
I mean, it is Oral very much, but it's not you.
Yes, though gods, I guess, must have their reason for doing things, even if they're not ones we can understand. Like,
I don't know. That's kind of what we're trying to figure out, isn't it? Or at least
that is one of the things.
like, if she's doing it for a reason, then what's the reason? Because it doesn't make sense, and none of the other gods seem to know about it or agree with it, and it just, I don't know. It seems.
I mean,
if she's got a reason, and she doesn't necessarily have a reason, but if she does, then it's not. Well, we'd like to know. I guess I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just yeah. You know, just anyway, it's not your fault. Is what I meant to say.
Do you think even if we can't go in, as much as that's going to be a pain with the axe beaks, I mean, there are empty buildings. We might be able to shelter them there, possibly. But which I know isn't ideal, but you know, you've got to do what you can. But
You guys know the windows are just open. You can just look right in.
They're not open. Oh, they are
Yeah.
windows.
But-
I mean,
they're see-through.
You can just,
They're-
they're not blocking them. You can see that there's guys in there.
Would it be
Yeah,
would it
there
be
are.
worth if we could simply ask of the symptoms of their speaker, even if they won't let us in, and then perhaps one of you two might know how to heal that, to at least offer advice to them?
Well, I don't really. I mean, I was just gonna go ahead and try and cast a spell. I don't even have that many spells, but I guess I could try and see if I knew what it would be. I'm not really trained as a doctor.
No.
It would.
mean-
I think I need to be in the room at least.
Yeah,
I don't know about you, Faith.
Oh, we can always. We need to really diagnose what's wrong first.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
607. Where did you go? Yeah, you can see he's being incredibly nosy and gone around the sides. I'll just describe to you briefly what you do see as you're going around.
I'm
These
looking for
are-
weaknesses.
It looks like the keep is in pretty good nick, and you can see it's also well populated. There are
Yeah.
furnishings of these levels. There's like wooden tables with chairs out. You can see there's braziers giving nice warm light inside. A lot of weapon racks and foot lockers. Yeah, each of these towers is occupied by a copper brazier full of hot coals in the middle of the room.
And there's dudes in every single one of them.
There is.
There's
are.
guards everywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
They're armored. They're
Uh,
definitely.
leather armor.
they're armed and armored, and every one of these turrets has
Yeah.
people right there. Like, they can obviously see me as I can see them. I'm not really hiding, but yeah.
We're not going to be able to sneak in easily if we wanted to try that option anyway.
Not unless we go like over the top of the wall or something.
Are we preparing
There's
for
also
a
something-
battle or?
No,
Let me
I
just
don't
mention
think so,
the,
but
the last of this description quick. There is last thing you meant to I should mention 607 that when you're going around, you're looking at these individuals. All of them are wearing a familiar necklace. I don't know whether you noticed that. If you
Oh,
zoomed right
did
in.
I didn't zoom right
Oh,
in.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, you
Oh.
gotta really give a
Hold
closer
on.
look at these boys. They all have a.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the one. They are wearing a necklace with a black crystal housed in like this sort of amulet, and the amulet has like a sword in the shape of like a cross that like houses the crystal. All of them are wearing those quite clearly over the top of their leather armor. And 607, you've recognized those before. You've seen them. So I don't need to remind you where, do I? Because that was kind of.
If you want to send me a quick message, but I think I remember where.
So they're likely to be going crazy, which is why they're so paranoid,
That would explain it.
and
Right.
that's probably why the speaker's getting ill, because they're probably trying to heal him with more crystals.
which
or maybe
might
he's just getting sick from the.
Being
but it
around
also
all of
means
this.
that's potentially that gives more likelihood is this is where our missing person is, because they were taken by tieflings wet and they had a crystal like this as a necklace, right?
Alright,
So
just knock on the door.
It's a portcullis, but yeah, sure.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Oh, is it?
knock on-
So it's just like open, yes, and just shout for it, just
yeah,
like,
it's like a tunnel inside, and then another portcullis on the other side of that.
hello,
You can
we're
technically see
waiting.
all the way in, like that. But yeah, it's close. Okay, you shout, and
Oh, are we allowed in?
later, no, I'm just saying you can see through there. A moment later, you do see her appear again at the top of the parapets.
Oh bloody time! It's freezing out here.
does she have one of these necklaces?
You can roll a perception check.
great. But...
Hard to tell from here. Not around her neck, at the very least. You can only really see her top half. But she's kind of leaning over. She says, yes, we have indeed received your letter from East Haven, and unfortunately, we can't say whether the speaker will be attending or not. If his health doesn't improve, we'll have no choice but to have to send someone else in his stead. That'll likely be Kadroth in this case.
As long as someone with authority and a good head on their shoulders is sent, I suppose that's good enough.
Yeah, and also, they did mention, if you're looking to stable, there are plenty of abandoned houses here in Deneval. Take your picking, really. No one's going to stop you.
So is that basically us having permission to do that?
Yes, you have.
Okay.
Can I ask you another question?
Oh, yes. She's like just about to turn around. What is it now?
Does the name Avarice mean anything to you?
You can roll insight checks.
Let's see if...
We all can, or?
Yeah, you all see her.
Oh, well, I've got no bloody clue.
One. Some ones thrown around. But...
Man, another one. Oh, a 2!
Another, a 2. That's great. Keep going. 2 again. What the fuck? Get these out of the way, alright?
And do you save us from ourselves here?
Faith.
Amazing.
Seriously bad start. Also Ashanti as well, I guess. If you want. Because there is a noticeable change in demeanor about her. An 8, okay. Although it doesn't seem like you guys are noticing. It's probably because, as I said, she's turned around at this point, about to go back to her post. So her face isn't looking at you when you say the name Avarice. But she does stop in her footsteps. Avarice. Yes. Yes, it does ring a bell. But what of them?
Can you let her know that I'm here?
And your name is? She turns around and comes to face you. That's when Faith sees her expression. You are...
I sold her some items recently. Surely she'll remember me. 607.
Oh. But you sold her 607 things?
No, my name is 607.
Huh. Odd name.
Tell her I knew Dr. Lysell.
Very well. I'll pass it on.
Right.
She stands there waiting for you, arms folded. Anything else?
I'm just going to ask the question, what are the symptoms of the speaker's illness? One of us might have heard of something to be able to give some advice, even if we can't come in to help. We might be able to, offer some information to help.
I thought we were just going to let him die.
I mean...
I thought they didn't want help. We could just let him die.
Doesn't
Talk
hurt
to the
to
new
ask.
speaker in a month.
Oh, jeez.
Or 2 weeks.
It's a little embarrassing.
3 days?
I think he's shitting
Sorry?
himself.
She kind of nods, and he's bedridden all the time, exhausted. Got the fevers, and yeah, just everything. Like, he's got the spins at this point. But maybe he just needs rest and no
Maybe.
disturbances.
Do we want to ask about the kid? Is that worth mentioning?
Not for now. Let's regroup and we can come back. Need to think on what our next move will be.
I mean, come back and do what? It looks like the only way we're getting in is by force.
Well,
You're not
There's always
forcing
back
anything.
doors.
But, no,
Same as,
we're,
like, in this shop.
no. Well, how high are they in comparison to us? We're not like when I'm speaking like that, I'm not like shouting it to them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like
and
20
I'm
feet
gonna
out.
quietly tell everybody there's always a back door. There's always a servant's entrance.
I'm gonna quietly tell everybody. I did see over the side there's maybe a sewer or something
Yeah,
Well, I'll
I
tell you
think we
what,
should.
Sixer,
right here.
if he was having a little snoop, because I did see you kind of scouting around, didn't I?
Mhm.
Actually, no. You're right. All right.
I
Faith
see
kind of
this
walks
right
away
here.
Yeah, I know you see it. So you see it. Faith does walk away as you guys are regrouping. You can just hear her kind of going to herself. Those symptoms didn't seem very believable.
No, I was thinking that as well.
You just sort of reeled off a bunch of nonsense. And I know my medicine.
Well, you
Me,
think he's actually already? You think he's already dead?
I don't know what he is, but I just don't believe her. That's all I'm saying.
I'm
Well,
wondering.
That's the
Maybe
thing,
it's an
really.
STD.
In terms of symptoms, the fact that you're crapping yourself is like one of the least likely to have people ask about. No one really wants
Also,
to
but-
question after that.
Also, by the looks of it, she got a little bit sassy when you mentioned avarice, and well, she's clearly here. If she's going to deliver a message,
Oh,
I don't
I
know what.
expect to hear from Avarice soon then. All of the guards are wearing her symbol.
So what should we do? Wait around for a bit, see if she sends you a message, or are we gonna, as you say, find a back entrance?
I mean, we should probably find a place to stable the axe beaks first,
Oh,
and then come
yeah.
back without the axe beaks, because you can't
I
exactly
agree.
sneak them about.
Okay.
I
you
do
wanna
have that
stay then?
fireball spell still.
There is that as an option, certainly. But let's keep that as a last resort. As much as these people might not be the best, that doesn't necessarily make them bad people, I suppose. But
Oh,
well, actually, I don't
if
know
they
much
work for
about this avarice. So.
I can tell you if they work for Avarice, they're not good people.
Okay,
I
where would you
mean-
like to stable your axe? I know you said an abandoned house.
I mean, we're staying at the uphill climb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least that's where we had food.
Yeah.
Could we stable them there? Is there some place to
No.
do that?
There isn't a stable, no. But
The
What
ruined
about the
watchtower.
ruined? Yeah, the ruined
Yeah.
watchtower.
you want to stable him there?
I mean, if it's got enough shelter from the snow and cold, then yeah, if not one of the ruined buildings nearby. I mean, we could. I mean, if this
There's
house,
walls.
if this house here is abandoned, then we could stay at Dinev's Rest and then have that way at least the axe beats are nearby where we're staying.
Could ask Eve to look after the ruined watchtower. I'm sure she can
And
chuck
that,
her
and that
griffin
would,
off.
and that would probably be a
Train it
good
to
place to
fly.
train. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you meet up back up with Eve. You head around the town, and as you're going, keeping an eye out for any other abandoned buildings, and you come past Dinev's Rest, and you do distinctly see all the windows are boarded up. The ruined tower is a nice little spot for training as high perches for Minerva, but there isn't any roof. There's no roof, or it's just a set of walls, and they're crumbling as well. So not great overhead shelter. Like you can see piles of snow have built up in the interior of the tower, and all the masonry makes it kind of like uneven footing.
Well, this isn't going to work. We need somewhere.
No.
We need some place
Lot
that's
more
sheltered
stable.
from.
Well,
Yeah.
there's this abandoned building here. We could probably get the axe beaks in there,
Yeah, we'll try this building then.
and then you can keep an eye from the watchtower on them whilst we're doing other things.
Alright then. So the closed inn doesn't look like it's been maintained. Looks quite drafty still. The boarded up windows are a bit crooked as well, and there's a weather vane that's shaped like a rearing dragon, and that's all kind of bent as well. The place looks like it's probably been out of business for a long time.
Hmm.
So as you head up to it, um, who's opening the door?
Like,
Sure. I'll go for it.
yeah.
There's two wide planks across the front, Barritomus, likely to stop people from just going straight in.
Yeah.
I'll just blast them off.
You have an axe. You can probably also just pry them off as well.
I'll try and pry them off them.
With what, a crowbar? Or
Well,
one
I'll,
of
he
the
I'll,
has
s-
he
I'll, li-
has an
I'll,
axe.
yeah, I have a light hammer. I'll try and smash them off.
Okay. Smash them off rather than pry them off. Okay, so yeah, you would just line up your hammer and you're trying to like knock them down and out of place to
Yeah,
bend
yeah.
the nails, right?
Yeah.
Okay. As soon as you do this, there's a loud, obviously, crash, and the wooden plank, it doesn't seem to be fitted or even nailed in at all. The plank is so loose, it looks like it's being held in by one nail, and that one nail is inside the door, not on the door frame. So actually, completely, it offers no like security whatsoever, and the plank just clatters to the ground with a heavy thud onto the decking.
Okay.
That almost seems like someone's in here and they're just using this to like hide the fact that it's not abandoned.
So if the other one's similar, I should just be able to push the door and the nail will come out of the second board.
Yeah, you can
Uh,
literally either push or pull it. Yeah, you
Yeah.
find the door is not secure in the slightest.
Yeah, I'll do that then. We'll just go in.
So you kind of push it, and a little bit of the bending of the wood, but yeah, it gives way, and you just push your way in. The door creaks loudly as well as you go into the interior, and it's very dark in here, as you can imagine. A little drafty as the wind blows in a drift of snow.
Does it seem empty?
Roll a perception check.
All right.
I'm very good at those. 12.
Can I instead roll survival to see if I can notice any like scenes of like people recently coming in here, footprints, etc.?
Yes, you can.
Slightly better. So
Wow.
Let me just roll this as well. Okay. Barritomus, it looks fairly empty. You'd expect, as this is like the front of the inn. Okay, so you've got like a desk. There's a couple of stools for where people could sit and wait at that front desk. There's a little staircase that goes up to the second floor. You can see a few of the railings have just snapped and splintered.
Sure.
But Geist, sorry,
Let's chill walking.
you walk in. Okay. As you're quickly looking around on the floor, Geist, just before Barritomus makes his own tracks, there is signs of footfalls, snowy prints that are still, because it's drafty in here, they wouldn't have melted, and you can see no one's lit a fire either. So they're kind of dusted footprints of snow across the planks and up the staircase as well. There's not just one set either. You'd guess several, maybe half a dozen. Like, there's been a lot of foot traffic in here.
And seems basically going up but not coming down, so that's just recent, I guess.
Up and down, I'd say, coming and going.
Yeah. Does it seem recent? Like, so potentially someone's actually here.
Yeah, like there's dusted snow.
It's not empty, guys. There's at least, I'd guess, half a dozen people probably here based on footprints and such. Upstairs, if I was to take a guess.
Should we go say hi?
I mean,
Yes, I think we need to go up and if this is taken, maybe they've got a recommendation for one that isn't.
Agreed.
Yeah. I don't think we should try and sneak up on them because
No.
that would make us come across as if we're doing
I
wrong.
agree.
Hey, is anybody here?
You hear a light creaking of the old building. It could be now that the wind that's blown in is sort of disturbing old windows or floorboards. So you do hear this kind of light creaking of the inn itself.
We've not come for any trouble. Just looking to hide from the cold.
Right. If this place is taken, that's okay. We'll go somewhere else. Do you know of a building that's truly empty?
And if you're okay with us staying here, say nothing. All right. I guess they're okay with us staying here.
Just as you finished saying that, you do hear a voice reply, kind of muffled, as if it's behind several rooms or doors, and it does indeed speak in common. It says, "Go away.
I'm
Leave
sorry,
us."
I didn't quite get that. You're talking really low.
Yeah, leave us. This place is occupied already.
Do you know of
Well,
one that
can you?
isn't?
No. Just be gone.
Everyone's so
Friendly here.
yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to make friends in places like this,
Mhm.
it seems.
Right.
On to the next building then.
I mean, larger buildings wise, the ones by the dock could. I mean, they're probably abandoned because no one can go out really fishing at the moment. And they're larger, they're less likely to be comfortable for people to rest in. So, could work.
Well, we're looking for to stable the axe beaks, right?
Yeah.
Is
So,
there
so a warehouse building would probably work for that compared to like a house or an inn.
but
Because there
also a
isn't actually
warehouse is going to be harder to keep warm. We'd
true.
that's why I was thinking an inn because it already would have stables, but
None of the inns here seem to, apart from the Caer, which is a bit of a pain.
Right. Head over to the next building over then. This warehouse.
yeah,
Yeah.
I guess.
I mean, it looks like there's a
Right.
smaller building behind them, like there, which looks like maybe more like a officey sort of building, I guess, if these are like warehouses. So
All
that'd
right,
be
we'll go to that
smaller.
one then. We'll go to that one then.
Alright. So as you head out, Barritomus, do you shut the door behind you, or?
Yeah, sorry for disturbing you. Have a good evening, I guess. I'd shut the door.
The door kind of like clatters against the frame.
And I put the board back over. And just well, it wouldn't be in me to not secure it if it's supposed to look like it's secured, so I'd probably knock it into the frame.
Okay, all right then. So you help secure it for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, which stops any errant gusts from prying it away again. Sure thing.
Yeah, now that you've got to admit that's kind of smart. I mean, they're probably squatting there without permission, so being able to
Maybe
hide the fact that they're there with those boards outside is clever.
well,
But why bother? Why bother hiding it if anybody's allowed to squat anywhere? I mean, nobody really
Well,
owns things anymore. It seems.
maybe it's a case of there's so many abandoned buildings here. What if the whole place is just a bunch of squatters who don't want to admit they're there to pay rent?
Possibly, but
You know, if
we need to find somewhere.
If people know you're living there, then they might charge you. But if you're just pretending that you're not living there, and no one
So
asks
like
questions.
everybody has to like play along with the fiction that they're not really living there, but everyone
Maybe,
knows that they are because
maybe.
it's not really secret. I don't know. This is another weird town.
I mean, we did come across someone who's, well, we said job, but was to rent out places.
That's
Yeah.
true.
So that is a, and finger quotes again, job in these parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems they're living up to the name of the lake here. They didn't want to share.
Uh,
Wait, they don't want to share their dinner?
That's an awful pun.
I know.
Well,
But
there must be another building. Let's have a little look around
Mhm.
again.
Yeah, so we try this building just behind the warehouses.
Yeah, you can roll like either an investigation or perception check to begin looking for a different place that might be able to.
I'll roll perception for
Anyone
me.
can roll that. That looks like a success right off the bat. Yeah, cool. There is indeed these old warehouses. They look like they would have once been used to stock supplies that would have been imported in, or these might have been repair stations for the boats. In any case, not many people are using boats when half the lake is frozen over. In fact, actually, it would have been like a ferry station as well, and the ferry's been out of use for
Yeah.
years. So
If
yeah,
we
there is an abandoned warehouse you discover.
Yeah, if we come across any more people in any of these buildings, they're just gonna have to put up with us because I'm not going from building
Yeah.
to building all night.
Yeah. I was
the-
just thinking about the boats. They use sails, right, mostly to get about. Do you think it'd be possible to? This is just guys making idle conversations. They're looking like attach some sort of like skis or something on the bottom of them, so that then you could go across the ice rather than the water. So you could still operate them as boats to some extent.
I mean, it's possible
I mean, that's kind of how sleds work, and
with the right equipment.
yeah.
but you'd still need something to pull it, wouldn't you?
I mean,
When
that's what the sails are for.
Yeah, and
Mm.
then maybe you attach some spikes onto the oars, so as you're rowing, the spikes dig into the ice and pull you along.
Yeah.
Okay,
As
I think I
somebody
see where
who's
you're
worked
going.
with
Yep.
wagons, I'm going to tell you the problem sometimes with these great inventions is not starting, it's stopping.
Hmm.
So,
Oh
uh,
yeah, you'd be
I could
missing the
very much
anchor.
say, even if you throw an anchor out onto ice, I can see your little boat ski boat whipping along with the ice with the anchor bouncing along behind it.
Yeah,
isn't
but
that what
Sliding
that's
on
what the
the ice
sails are
as
for.
well.
You can drop the sails and stop at any time.
I mean, you
Yeah,
still
and
have
then
some momentum if you're using skis, though, I suppose, rather than
Hmm.
natural water.
well, you just stick a piton into the bottom into the
Yeah.
ice.
Yeah.
I mean that's what the oars would be for. You just stick the oars into the ice if
Yeah,
they've
you
got
could
spikes on them.
you could potentially do that as well. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just thinking of
That
Anyway.
sounds
ways.
like a great idea to get your arms ripped off.
Anyway, nice building to leave our animals. What are we doing about the castle?
You hear suddenly a whistle from Eve, really sharp, almost like an alert for Minerva, as she calls in Minerva to retreat from the sky, and she says, What was that? What the hell?" And she tucks Minerva away, like trying to keep sheltered, and looks up into the sky and says,
Uh,
Minerva saw something up there. Ugh,
yeah,
it
yeah,
looks big and winged, obviously. It had
yeah. Probably the
arms
big bird.
and
Wait,
no,
arms?
no,
Oh,
not as big as that.
it's probably
Uh,
it's probably Auril in her owl form thing, like half
no,
human.
it was low. Uh, she looks back up, trying to track it,
What sort of
and
thing? What sort of thing are they describing?
she says like it had wings, arms, and legs, like it was keeping its wings were like quite heavy. I don't know, heavy looking. Like they
Heavy.
weren't thin, like you would imagine, like fluttering in the wind. They looked like stiff. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. I'm
Like,
sorry.
like
Like a
something maybe,
glider?
yeah, like gliding rather than.
Yeah, yeah, right, exactly. But they were thick as well. Like normally you could sort of see through gliding wings, but this was like thick pair of wings, and
Like,
it was hard to tell with all this
like
heavy snow. But I saw it circle around. It circled around us, and then it
Oh.
seemed to then fly out of sight.
someone's checking up to see where we are.
I'm going
Huh.
inside. Eve says.
My
Prefer
worry
not to
initially
open my
was that it was the dragon when you said like thick wings that you can't see through, but it could glide with. But
Yeah, we all get
Mm.
inside. Well, I get inside at least
yeah,
with the axe beaks.
I'd
Tie them up to something,
give them their feed
You're
for the
right.
day,
and
Yeah.
yeah, we're
which
gonna
we
discuss
already took off. So.
what are we doing? How are we gonna get in? We tried the peaceful option.
Oh,
Are we trying the
could-
sneaky option next?
Well, we don't necessarily need to sneak in. I mean, we don't have to go in through the guards. We could talk to the servants. There's a castle like that is always going to have servants and
hmm.
an innkeeper's son.
Yeah.
You know,
Those
besides which, servants always knows what's going on.
true. The necklaces you saw 607 there were Avarice's emblem. Did they look like they had shard lumen? Because you said like black crystal.
Black crystal, not. I don't think it was shardlin necessarily.
Okay. Because wait, have you discussed Avarice with us before, or is this the first time we've heard of them? Because I know you did have a meeting, but I don't know if we know that in character.
Actually, no, I don't think I have discussed avarice with any of you.
No, they haven't.
So
Kind of leading up to that.
So
Yeah.
who's an avarice?
Who's what, sorry?
Who's an avarice?
What
No
you were
idea what
talking
you're
about, what you were talking about with that, you know, the tiefling up there.
Yeah, and
That name seemed to open some doors, or at least open some questions.
It
anyway,
didn't open any doors.
Okay, well,
And
metaphorically open some, you know,
and,
allowed us to ask a few questions, I guess.
And you seem to know the emblem and said that that meant they weren't good guys. So you've obviously had some dealing with this avarice before.
Yeah. So I guess okay. Avarice is a member of a group of people who may or may not know more about what and who and how I am.
Okay.
So is this like for you to find out more, we have to be on the good side?
I got the distinct sense that it's a competition between the members to discover new and dangerous things.
Okay.
And create magical possibilities.
Above all else, 607, you are ours. All right? So I will stand between you and anybody trying to take you from us for some magical competition.
So if it's a competition,
It's yeah. Well, let me just let you fill you in a little more, I guess, since the name's out there now. That's the old campaign.
You got your notebook.
He is part of a group called the Arcane Brotherhood. That's what the necklace, I believe, is. That's their symbol, and these people well, they work for avarice. I sold her some Chardolin not that long ago.
You sold her Chardolin?
Yes,
Anyone was buying it.
she is. She bought
We
50 gold worth of Chardolin off me, and she has enough power and enough resources and enough influence that it's possible she's the one running that castle.
so do you? Because I know we might have collected some along the way. Do you have any more of that?
Chardolin?
Yeah.
No, I don't have any left.
Ah, damn. That could have been our ticket in.
Well, if they're after,
Well, I'm hoping her curiosity about me may be my ticket in.
yeah,
Well, it's competition, but it's friendly to an extent.
hmm,
And there wasn't uh, animosity when we left
Mm.
last time.
okay.
We do have information of where there is more of that Chardolin, though. Like
Well, we did. There's a giant statue of it somewhere.
exactly, and we know the last whereabouts of said statue, and you know who took it, right?
I know who took the statue. Yes,
So
the
that's
dwarves.
information that could be a means
Yes.
of persuading our way in.
It could be, although I wouldn't be terribly surprised if she hired them, and the
Hmm.
statue is sitting in their front hallway right now.
Hmm.
Yes.
I don't know much about her aside from, well, she's also a tiefling, I should say. So if you find any white tieflings, like the same white that Eve is,
Okay.
Huh.
that's likely her.
And I
I'd
don't
be
Again,
curious
think
to have another conversation.
the only other thing we have that I suppose could be of interest would be that strange metal that we found. I think you've got that right, 607. I mean, that seemed.
I'm working on creating a new body out of it, so
Oh,
I would like to keep that.
yeah. I mean,
It could be of use. It could be interesting. I really don't know much about it, but I'm trying to create potentially a new torso out of it.
if you feel that's the best use for it, I'll take your word for it. I mean, metal work is not really my thing. I'm more stone for my like arrowheads and stuff. So
like, are you trying to create a whole new body, or are you trying to repair the body you're in, or are you trying to improve the body you're in? Like, can we use it to get you a beard as well as a mustache?
Quite like my mustache.
Well, I'm not saying get rid of the
It,
mustache, but like add a beard onto it.
it would be a potential way to, I guess, improve. Yes,
Oh, okay. So,
I can
not like
possible
a
way to improve.
so not a new body, and then we take out whatever's inside and put it into the new body.
No, although you know, I have been thinking about options for new bodies in case any of your bodies are no longer able to work.
we need a lot
Well,
of that
And
material.
which is a fair point. What's inside you? Are you just like an empty shell? Are you full of bits and pieces, or
I am, well, what's inside of you?
well,
Are you an empty shell?
organs, guts? Like, what constitutes as organs and guts to you?
I'm sure I have something organ like. Maybe it's metallic. I don't know.
Like, if you, I, if Faith, for example, needs to try to heal you, like from a medical perspective, you're
Then she
obviously,
can
but
use magic.
I
The
Yeah,
guess
magic seems to work.
but
true.
that's what I'm wondering. Or are you just hollow on the inside, full of like runes and stuff?
Oh,
And
I'm
that's
hollow
how
on the
you,
inside.
oh, you are hollow on the inside, so you probably just run by like magical enchantments and stuff.
So
Not
can
the
you
hollow
like
I was
store
talking about.
stuff, like
Yeah.
extra keys inside of you? Because that'd be super handy. Just on the
Yeah,
road.
yeah.
Like
Could we like unload stuff into your chest cavity or something? Or
Are
extra
you
key
talking about
space.
making me into a handbag?
No,
well,
it's just
I think it was more, say we were to go into somewhere we knew we couldn't be armed, we could perhaps hide weapons inside you so that we could get them out, like, and then
Or so that we go get pickpocketed in that pickpocket town.
true.
I mean, 6 or 7 was right. I was suggesting it as like, would we be able to put stuff inside you?
Oh.
I was thinking of applications for that other than just pure storage.
Okay, all right. We do not put things in our friends.
No, but he can put
Unless our
things in
friends want-
himself.
I mean,
That's you know how long I've wished for like a secret pocket that no one would be able to access?
Yeah, and it's not like
Look,
it doesn't happen
push
with
your-
actual people.
Well,
Some people hide
push
stuff
your
inside
breath-
themselves.
Push your
Ew.
breasts together. Tuck your pouch down in there. Oof, secret compartment. For women, we have secret compartments without hardly any effort at all.
But then you get like lumps in the I'm talking about like bags of gold here. You know.
I'm sorry.
I just it just the possibilities are kind of exciting.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this is
I'll tell you
offending
what.
you.
You let me put stuff inside you, and then you can put stuff inside me.
Yeah, if you put
Just-
stuff inside me, I stop working, I think.
Yeah.
But that's why we
Let me-
want to know.
Let me
Curious.
open up your torso and see what's inside and explore around. How about that?
Yeah.
This weird
Does it feel
conversation.
good to have?
Geist
feel good to have to-
Geist in particular
No.
looks very uncomfortable with the idea of people opening him up.
Oh god.
Yes,
yeah.
and I'm not.
Oh yeah. Did we notice any of that? Did we notice Geist's reaction to that? Let me see what's inside you.
Yeah,
How
Geist is
did
just
you
like
react?
Geist is just like perhaps just sort of looks away and almost goes to like walk off, but resists.
Yeah.
I do wonder though, considering like, how long would it get into opening me up before I suddenly get taken away?
We're not going to experiment
What?
with that.
Yeah, this awkward
Tell you
conversation
what.
suddenly broke
You wanna-
with
you-
a heavy
anybody-
thud.
Anybody who wishes to open me up right now can do so.
No.
No, we're not
no,
gonna do that.
No.
It was just
No.
Wait, what was that
curiosity
thud?
and wonder. Yep, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
what?
everyone just hears this like doof. Like it's a heavy thud. Sounded like it hit one of the roofs on the outside.
Well, that doesn't
Not your
sound
roof,
good.
but something
Uh,
like a roof next door.
Is there a window in this building so we can sort of like look up to see
Yeah.
if we can? I'm going to do that.
Yeah, there is. And outside, you see perched right on the very edge of the rooftop, centered in the middle, is an incredibly stony, ugly-looking creature. It's got like these horns. One of them's chipped. You can see these ghoulish-looking features on their face and are jutting out, and their hands are like clutching, ripping into the side of the building, like scratching the wood. But it's actually completely still, and there are a pair of large wings that are slightly folded in on its back.
Is that what
Just
you saw,
It's
Eve?
reacting.
Is Eve
Oh,
with us? Eve's not with us.
Yeah, Eve. No, Eve is here. She's just at the back, and she says, "That's it. That's what Minerva spotted."
Oh, is Bits reacting? Is Bits?
Bits definitely
reacting?
heard the loud. Yeah, definitely heard the loud thud, and is like immediately like probably up on all fours, and maybe
Okay,
letting
is-
out a bark.
Is Bits growling? Like, oh my god, I just sensed, I just smelled, death coming for us.
You can see that they are sniffing quite furiously, but they're not able to get a sort of scent.
Okay.
Like they can't get something, not only because they're inside and cold, but because
there-
it doesn't seem like there is a scent. Maybe.
Is there
Alright.
somewhere that can look through like a gap or to see what's on the outside?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing that. That's what you see right here,
Okay.
and it's looking directly into the window that you're looking out of. So it's staring right back at you, with its tongue like hanging out. Forked tongue.
Does it look anything like the demon statue that we saw in the that the white
No.
lady was attached to? Doesn't look like any of that.
I guess you could argue there are some features that might be similar, like the wings, the kind of horns. Those are
The
similar, but
demonic
this is made
nature,
out of.
but
This seems
Anyone
to be
have
made out
any
like a
idea
stony.
what that is?
I
can
just
A
I
new toy.
do a religion check to see if I
Yeah,
recognize?
yeah. A religion
The-
or an arcana,
I think it's both the same.
or even history. I would allow any of these.
Oh no,
really
I don't know.
history. History.
It's something spooky.
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
spooky thing, you guys.
Nothing.
Hulla,
If-
you've actually probably seen similar decorations, we'll call them, on the outsides of cathedrals and other churches. They're normally outside of like big opulent castles as well, stuck on the buttresses of them. They're known as gargoyles, but they're purely like decorative. You would understand that they are just statues. They're supposed to be inanimate, but this one just appeared. You don't know if it was there before, but there was definitely a loud thud, and now
Yeah.
that's there.
Does it look like it's made of stone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Does it
It's
look like
steel
it's?
and stone as well.
Does it look like it would harm us, or is it
Well,
looking?
it's got really sharp looking claws, but they're not brandished or anything. They're just holding onto the edge.
I think someone's keeping an eye on us.
Do we want
Do you
to
think
tackle
someone
this?
can like animate gargoyles to make them trail us all over the place? Like that's a pretty cool thing. It's a pretty cool magic if you can
I mean,
Well,
animate stone
by the
to
way-
follow people around.
by the way, Avarice can do that. So,
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Well,
so it's likely her.
so do we
He
want
has
to?
all
You've
kinds of
actually-
tricks and tips.
Well, as you've mentioned that, yes, 607, you've met this one before. You remember?
I've
this.
met. I know this one. Yeah.
Do we want
Yeah.
to deal with this to show that you're formidable? Challenge Avarice to get their attention.
or
Oh,
maybe
Avarice
it's,
could destroy me in a heartbeat if she really wanted to. She's
Or maybe-
she's very powerful.
Yeah,
or
but that's what I'm
maybe
saying.
this is the way she's trying to get in contact with you.
Go say hi, maybe.
Could be. I will go and approach the gargoyle.
I'll come up behind 607. So
I'll come with
Yeah.
you, just out of curiosity as much as anything.
All right.
Dice will
You head
follow
out
as
to the
well.
snow and begin making your way up to it. And all the while you're approaching, it remains completely and utterly still until you're stood right up against the building and looking straight up at it. Only then does the head suddenly grind and turn to face you, 607.
Hello.
Its jaw cracks even wider, and a voice begins to grind out of it. And I guess probably not going to understand it initially. No, you just hear the kind of grinding of its stony jaw.
I understand perfectly.
Oh, I will cast Comprehend Language.
Well, that'll help. In that case, yeah, you absolutely understand now. It is speaking in Terran, an elemental language of Earth. It is saying, Avarice sends for you. 607.
Okay, 607. It seems you got the attention of Avarice, and
Yeah.
what wants you to go to the castle?
Probably.
No.
Should I follow you then, or just on my own?
You may follow.
Are we all going?
No.
Are the others allowed to come?
Its head grinds and slowly observes the others. Avarice said, you.
Oh, it seems like it's just you, 607.
Can
All
we
right.
can we maybe go
You can be
anyway and
plural.
just at least accompany him?
He could
If she
walk
didn't
you to
say
the
not
castle.
us, yeah.
Walk me to the castle, see what the reception's like. I
Okay.
suspect she will want a one-on-one conversation, just the two of us, though. But walk with me to the castle at least.
Yeah.
Are we leaving the axe beaks here then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Eve, can
guess.
you stay here and keep an eye on the axe beaks?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Bits
absolutely.
guard. So, Eve Bits will
Yeah.
be with you, to help guard the axe beaks.
You got it. With that, the gargoyle creature, the wings begin to open up with one mighty flap. It just lifts up from the ground, and you can see the building kind of like lifts slightly, and all the snow on the steep rooftop sort of sift away and fall down. This thing is incredibly heavy by the looks, and yet it's able to effortlessly lift up and glide across the frozen lake towards the castle, where it finishes its descent and perches atop the parapets, awaiting for you to circle round and get back. And already you see the portcullis is being raised as you approach. So this time we can actually get you inside. Thank you to 607 and his
It's
previous
not about what you
connection.
know, it's about who you know.
All right.
So
Let me put
we
down-
all are getting inside, not just
Oh,
607.
well, looks as though that's happening. Even though,
Nice.
yeah, it was just a 6 or a 7 thing. Perhaps you're allowed in, but not. Well, we'll see. Yeah, the portcullis should be able to approach. You see, there is the tiefling again. She's sort of got her arms folded. Hmm. You must be special then. Avarice wants to talk to you. However, this is the speaker's castle. There is a certain level of security we have to uphold. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Not a problem.
Very well. I'd ask you to place your weapons on this rack. And
I
she
carry no
finishes.
weapons.
In that case, your spell focuses.
I don't have one at the moment. Just my walking sticks.
You wouldn't rob an
You
old robot of his walking stick, would you?
She raises an eyebrow. Do you think I'm stupid?
Maybe a little bit.
I think you've seen that
She
movie.
I mean, you didn't realize he was
she
special. He's literally a man made out of metal. I'd say that makes him pretty special just from immediate.
as you say that, her own eyes begin to glow a fierce, fiery blue that just erupts in her eyes. And you can hear her voice kind of boom and shake. And again, she orders you. Spell focuses as well in this footlocker.
I'm not super comfortable leaving my warhammer behind. Are you? Can I at least get a receipt or something?
You're the only visitors we are accepting right now. You'll get your stuff back when you leave. And again, her voice is kind of booming.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be difficult, but my halberd is not going to fit in there. Where's my spear?
No,
I,
weapon racks.
Geist just shrugs and puts his bow and quiver and dagger in there, and it's just like, Thunders.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant a footlocker like
That's for the spell
at
focuses.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, it is for the spell focuses. She's expecting you to put them in. And she kind of
Okay.
just showed her hand that she too knows how to cast spells.
Yeah,
All right, I'll put both my walking sticks in.
yeah.
She examines them real quick.
I put the trinket in, and then I go to walk away. How does it react to me walking away from the trinket?
It kind of rattles slightly, and it goes to hover up, and then it kind of dims and then falls back into the actual footlocker.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll have it back in no time.
I put my warhammer in very, very reluctantly,
Okay.
like giving her the stink eye the whole time.
Yeah, you're effectively like in the guardhouse, and yeah, there's weapon racks already. You can see there's several other guards kind of amassing near the front, and they seem to be waiting for you to finish unequipping everything.
Okay, so this is totally very unlike Ashanti. Well, actually, it is. I'm going to look to see what other weapons are leaning up against there. She said we're the only ones there, but are there other weapons in this weapon rack?
These
And if
ones
so,
that they've
are any of them better than ours?
We swap them out on the way back.
Yeah, that's a good question. The ones they've supplied are empty. They're telling the truth. It seems like you are the only guest, but I will say that there were other weapon racks that were in the other towers, the 607 scouted, and they were full of heavy crossbows that looked to be like some axes, battle axes, scimitars, and what else? That's about it. Yeah, but none that look better. No, I wouldn't say so. They look like standard
Okay,
issue kind of arms.
just worth checking.
Okay. After you have deposited those, and she does look for a moment over the sticks, and then looks back at you, 607. Give me a deception check to see if you can smuggle this through,
Oh, okay.
I was
because you've handed them off to her, and she's like, "Hmm."
I thought she was gonna keep them. Okay.
No, she's not looking to keep. She's examining them to see if really these are actually what you say they are. And I'm gonna just roll an insight check, which doesn't pass. So she kind
Oh,
of shrugs and puts the sticks in the footlocker. So you still have your spell focus. Faith does hand over hers though.
no, my walking sticks are my spell focus.
Oh, are they?
Yeah,
Apologies. Okay, got it.
yeah,
You
yeah,
have
yeah.
it. You have it. All right.
I
Sorry,
have my
handing
dagger
them alone.
still. I have my dagger still, but I gave over my walking sticks, which are my spell
Okay,
focus. Yeah.
understood. Okay then. No, we can ignore all of that then. She heads back up to her post. You can see that she does so by going to the left. There's a set of stairs that wind back up to the upper levels. Meanwhile, these two individuals, there seems to be like a half elf and a human. They begin, hey, we're gonna take you inside the castle. That's the stables. Do you mind? You
Oh, I was
kind of
just gonna.
startle a young
Sorry, I
boy.
just was, with the dogs there. I just thought I would go pet some of the dogs while we waited.
Oh, you can pet the dogs. They're friendly.
Geist
You hear
immediately
young,
moves over and starts petting the dogs.
yeah, there's a young boy in here and says, "Oh, that one's Pip."
Hello, Pip.
And that's Mayo. And that's Slobber. We got Chum, Goober, and Steelcoat at the back there.
And what's your name?
Oh, I'm Alissa.
I'm Wealgeist, but most people call me Geist because the full name's a bit of a mouthful.
Oh, so welcome to Caer Dinaval's Keep.
No. Have there been? I'm just going to ask this random child over here because why not? Other than us, has there been anyone else who's come by recently to this castle that's not generally from this castle? You know what I mean? Another visitor other than us. We're looking for someone, wondering if they were here.
Not from the castle.
They may have had like a black crystal on a necklace.
Well, that's everyone around here. They've all got those things.
I tried to. His name was like Hua.
War. Yeah, and I'll describe what he looked like.
Um. Well, I'm just a kennel boy. I don't know everyone here, but as you do describe him, uh, you say like he's a younger
Yeah,
man,
like
maybe
he's
like in his 20s. Um. Yeah.
and
Oh,
and
he's
I will have seen him at the inn. Won't it? Like,
absolutely.
don't I know him? So I could say like, yeah, here's what his hairs look like and eye
He
color, hair color, that sort of thing.
he begins to nod and goes, "Yeah, there's someone of that description. They're here in the keep. I think they just finished their watch, so they're taking a nap whilst Fel takes over.
Okay.
Fel Supara. I think you've already met her. She's the
Yeah.
tiefling."
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you for the info, and guys will just go around and page the dogs and then rejoin the party.
They bark loudly, but
Yeah.
only in a friendly kind of way.
Yeah.
They like to see the excitement of new people, of course,
Yeah.
and everyone else can hear it.
Chris,
But it doesn't seem to
may I
rile
come in
them.
too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
go for it.
Got stuck outside.
May I
Yeah,
come
yeah.
in?
Oh, sorry. Oh, God. The gargoyle lifts you up and drops you back in. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Bits
Yeah, that
wasn't
works.
here, right? Bits was back.
Yeah, Bits is
Oh, yeah.
supposed to be guarding. Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. The gargoyle lifts off again and lands onto the
Right,
building here.
sorry, I cannot help myself when it comes to dogs, so I had to go say hello. So off to go see
The wizard,
person. Yep.
the
I just want to
wonderful
point out
wizard of Caer.
as you're standing right in front of it, I will point out there's a little notice board here. It seems almost fully devoid of notices. There's nothing left except for one small piece of paper. Looks like it's been pinned fairly recently. And what does it say? I should open up the rumors.
I add something to the noted board.
Okay.
I had
Ah.
one of the things I'd made. You know, the posters,
Found it.
Corpse meat.
for
Yeah.
the corpse mead posters, and I just pin it on.
Spread the word.
It says in Caer Konig, local establishments are beset by vandals and thieves. They seem to skulk about unseen. The town speaker, a dragonborn named Trovus, could really use some help catching the interlopers, and a reward is to be negotiated. And under that, it seems there's also like another notice, like pinned or attached to it as well, and says similar reports have actually began to crop up here in Caer Dinaval as well. The thieves seem to be spreading their territory.
Hmm.
Now we've got them. Now that we've got them under our under our problem, it's going to become our problem now too, unless those are caught.
Okay.
That's what you see.
Interesting. Guys makes a note of that and just like, huh. I wonder.
Yeah, sure. I'll put it in the chat for you. You can
Yeah.
make another note of it.
Oh my god.
It's in
Well, I do.
That's
I
Terran.
can't read that.
I do speak Dwarvish.
That's Terran. There you go. Sorry about that. All right. Sorry. As we were, you're heading in. Done petting the dogs.
Yes.
Right. This way.
Sorry. I mean, I would have happily stayed and continued petting the dogs, but I know we've got important things to do.
Come inside.
Do I recognize any of the guys that are like around the guards from my last encounter with Avarice?
Not these ones. It seems there's quite a number of them. And
Another
no, you don't
child alert?
recognize these ones immediately.
I'm just gonna signal over to Geist that there's another child over there.
This child is actually he looks like a child at first because of his kind of like youngish features, but as he kind of like turns around, he's kind of actually more just stooped over and short. But he says, "Ah, Stop tracking in all the snow. Wipe your feet first. You have no manners. I have to mop this place up. God.
Geist
And
will,
judging from his voice, he's probably not a child.
yeah, Geist will just like walk back and to the doormat and kick off the rest of the snow on his feet before coming back. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Thoob. We totally forgot about that. Yeah, take your shoes off if they're covered in mud and snow.
Is this a dining hall, like in like the very entrance? That seems a odd place.
Yeah, it is. So let me give you a brief description. The center. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, there's this once grand hall is now dimly lit by chandeliers that are missing most of its candles. 3 long tables in the center of the hall are littered with dirty dishes, and there seems to be a young tiefling servant going back and forth with them. That one is a child. You can see by her stature, and she's trying to keep to herself and not make eye contact. She's just trying to do her job, and she's collecting all these dirty dishes up. There's a stone staircase which ascends at the back to a 20-foot high balcony that hugs the walls, and you can't see all the way onto the landing, but you can see there's plenty of doors and other little rooms. And there's a main banner that hangs down depicting the town's heraldry, which is a stone watchtower on a dark blue field. You've seen it actually on the other page, with a horizontal red fish facing right under the tower. And you can hear this guy, Thoob, who you just were introduced to, is now complaining to the young tiefling. Could you go any slower, Mia? Hurry up. And he kind of like tuts to himself and says, right, you lot, you're the ones to see Avarice, aren't you?
Yep.
That's correct.
Well, Kadroth said he'd like to speak to you first.
Okay.
However, he is a little predisposed at the moment. So just wait here a moment. I'll announce your presence.
Yeah.
He quickly enters through this building and closes the door.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go back to our post then, I guess.
Right. Whilst waiting, Geist is going to start gathering up some of these other dirty plates to make them easier for the tiefling girl to collect them once she's done with those ones.
Sorry, I don't think you're allowed in there. You hear the young tiefling servant. Sorry,
It's okay. No worries, I'm allowed.
It's okay, he knows people. Yeah.
He's a personal favourite of Avarice's.
Oh no. She quickly enters into the kitchen, drops off the dirty dishes.
Do you need a hand, by the way? Like, I'm just here waiting, so I'd be helpful.
Yeah, you can absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that's my job, but you can clearly see she's over encumbered with the amount of dirty dishes.
Geist is going to help. Because that also gives him an excuse to go into the kitchen without, you know.
Absolutely. Hey. Noob is he can't just open up all the doors. He's got that one behind him anyway. So
yeah. So Geist will gather up
some dishes.
There's goats in here.
But, yes, you go into the kitchen and it reeks of fish. It is furnished with stone ovens. There's a fireplace for roasting skewers of meat and boiling soups, and wood block countertops. There is a portly-looking cook busying himself around at the tables, while a kettle belches steam over a fire in the hearth. And there is a kennel by the door that holds a pair of goats. So one of them has got free and is warming itself by the fire.
Yeah. Where do these plates go then? I ask. As I come to this thing.
Just on the table there.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yep.
Who are you?
I'm just waiting for a meeting with Katrov, so I thought I'd help. I had nothing better to do.
You
Then they look like they were
eyebrow.
they look like they were struggling a little, so you know. But they're doing a good job.
Thank you for the help.
Yeah.
You can see he's preparing knucklehead trout by the looks. If you're giving out dishes, and yeah, why didn't you help take this one upstairs? It's just for
Sure.
This is for Hethel.
Okay.
You show them, and he gives you a pair of plates.
Yep. You guys will carry the
Like a
plates.
soup. Yeah, and Mia offers to carry one. So
yep. Right. Let's go.
Just up here.
So have you been here long, Mia?
Oh, she sort of gives like very short answers. No, not long.
Nice place to live. That's just making idle conversations. It is warm. That is always a good thing. I mean, I've been out in the cold recently. Got hypothermia twice. Almost choked on my own throat.
Okay.
And also, apparently, Hulla, I think, doesn't have vision of the room based on chat.
Does he not?
Sure.
Should have. As long as you got Hulla token selected, should be. Otherwise, I'd go for a reload. Let's quickly go to 6 or 7. You've entered into many a room now. So better start describing these. So the one you're in right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit on one of these benches and just wait. This seems like the most comfortable place for me.
This is a well-appointed sitting room. You could actually see the visitors would probably come here, and there's a lectern for addressing this room, whether it be maybe for distinguished guests or concerned townfolk. But it looks like where a speaker might be able to address a crowd, and there's comfortable furnishings, so you can keep yourself comfortable there. And yeah, all right then.
The other one I saw was like a bedroom of some sort. The guards maybe or something like that.
Yeah, that looks like some servants' quarters. Yeah, just as you said, this furnishings reflect as much. There's some footlockers and bunk beds, and they look like there was like a table laid out with cards and stuff.
Are there multiple floors to this building, or is this just one floor?
Yep, there's another floor, which you can see Geist is just going up with a plate of soup. It looks like fish soup in one, and the other is like knucklehead trout. What would you like to do, Hulla and Ashanti?
I want to hang around the cook if I can, or whoever is cooking.
Yeah, he's keeping to himself for the most part. But if you want to just hang around,
yeah, I'll go like I'll pretend like I'm warming myself by the fire and start to make small talk and ask about, how's the shift going, and you guys are overworked with all the, all the nonsense going on outside, and must be really tiring and that sort of thing, and see if I can get a reaction from anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an insight check as he begins to sort of.
Sorry, I just refreshed and I don't have anything.
That's okay.
I'm completely blank.
He introduces himself. Hola, as you're making yourself comfortable, you might as well introduce myself. I am Karu Salafan.
Karu.
And
well, hi, I'm Hulla. Nice to meet you.
A pleasure. I've been trying to add to my recipes, but it's hard when everything is knucklehead trout. I swear I know 50 different ways to cook and prepare it, but it's all still fish.
You got some spices or something? Like I imagine you don't have much in the way of herbs, but.
We have, but little trade has come through Icewindale, so we're making do with what we have. But it's
Tough gig. They give you a hard time for it?
No, not at all. Roll me an insight check.
Okay.
Well, except Ethel. But she's old and cranky.
Is this
She'll
Ethel
complain
here?
about. She'll complain just about anything. And he quickly turns and tries to keep his head down again. And you can tell there is a genuine enjoyment. He's finally getting to talk to someone, perhaps genuinely, in a friendly manner. It feels as though there's a sort of slight nervous to him, as if he's trying to keep his head down and do his job. And you can see he's just almost trying to avoid eye contact, but there is this genuine feeling of friendliness that he's not had in a while. He's kind of
Okay.
he feels like caught off guard, perhaps,
Yeah.
chuckling to himself nervously.
I'm gonna keep working him.
Okay.
Not just to see if I can get him to find out if about this new kid who just showed up, and what's the deal with avarice, and uh
Everest? Mm.
what are these guards all about? Are they weird?
Oh,
Are they? It's like I noticed
weird.
they've got some weird jewelry, and you never know. Sometimes people in the cold get a little bit stir crazy, cabin fever.
I would not know anything about that, madame.
Oh. Back when I was on the ship, we used to, if we hadn't seen port in a while, people would you start to act a little funny, a little bit anxious, and start to get real possessive of their treasure. You know how it is?
Hey.
Ah, right.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
guess
think I
not.
did some. No, I worked on a ship once or twice as a
Did you?
cook.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
on the
That's where I
coast?
learned. Ah,
Oh.
yes, that's how I learned all these recipes for fish, of course.
It explains why I'm so comfortable in your galley here.
He gives a false smile and then quickly turns back. As soon as he turned around, it's almost like he again doesn't want to be caught not working, and then
Mm.
immediately gets back to
Can
just
I?
tidying up his workspace.
You need a hand with anything?
Oh, no. It's fine. Me, it's all under control.
Oh, okay.
And
No, no.
again, with that
Don't worry.
inside check,
I
you
don't
can
snitch.
see
Yeah.
he's nervous, very nervous. There's a little bit of a sweat actually running down his brow as you ask, "Do you need a hand?"
Hey,
Okay.
Hulla, do you,
Mm.
with them cooking so much fish, you think they might have found a ring?
Ooh, I'll ask. Uh, you wouldn't have happened to have found any rings inside any of those trout? Anybody complained that they bit on something, or you found something while you were disemboweling their trout? I know it's a
Rings.
stretch.
Well, I
Yeah, you
make
know how
sure that.
sometimes fish will eat something shiny?
Can you roll T100 Barritomus? Um, Hang on. How many plates are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8 for this dish he just gave Geist. Can you
Go
roll 8 D100s, please?
8D100.
Yes, he just served
Okay.
fish for the whole garrison here.
Oh my
Oh
god, that's
lord.
a lot of
Okay, is
numbers.
there any?
Right. There's a
This is
95, a 92, a 24,
no. I can
67.
see him. No. There's none. No 100s there, sadly. All right. He turns and says, "No.
Shame.
Of course, I make sure I go through all the guts. Nothing gets no foreign objects are served.
Mm. And you
They'd
never
have
found
my
anything?
head.
Ah,
They'd have my head if I was serving him up something like
oh,
a
no
ring.
doubt. Yeah.
I could break a tooth."
Well, exactly. No, just my friend lost something fairly sentimental, I think, in one of the lakes back there. Just wondering, on the off
Yeah.
chance.
I mean, a few people have lost things. Like a mother lost their son. Um, know of a guy?
You can see his lips they shut tightly. Mm, no. No?
Nothing.
Calls,
No.
calls
Shakes his
himself
head.
Huawa.
Wah, yeah.
Oh,
New kid.
I know of him. Yes, he's here in the keep.
Yeah, what do you think of him? His mum would want to know.
He's very tired most of the time. I don't get to talk to him.
You guys work pretty hard, eh? They don't give me much in the way of breaks.
No. It's suddenly really awkward. You can tell he's actually finished cleaning up his workspace, and now that he hasn't got something to keep himself busy, he stands there very awkwardly.
Okay. And when I
no,
notice that, yeah.
Get back in the cage. These goats always trying to escape.
Okay. Well, I mean, thanks for letting me sit by the fire.
Gotta keep them under lock and key.
Well,
Was that a hint at something? That seems weirdly phrased.
Yeah, with your 23 in insight, it absolutely feels like a cry, like for help, or maybe something you're not sure exactly. But yeah, he gestures towards the cages and he rattles them to almost make sure they're secure, pretending to make sure they're secure. But it almost looks like he himself is up against the
rattling
bars,
the cage,
rattling the cages. Yeah, that's it. You totally pick up on it.
He seems like a hostage.
He does seem a little bit like a hostage. Yeah.
Let's go serve that dish.
Suspicious.
Oh, sorry, Ashanti. Was there anything you wanted to do?
I am sitting in the central hall, just trying to keep an eye on all my friends and be central in case somebody needs help. I may not have my weapons, but I am a weapon. And so, if anybody shouts, I'm going to be, be able to get there as quick as possible since this seems like the central area.
Yep, perfect. In that case, you're bound to hear Geist and Mir in just a second. As you get to the top of the stairs, she guides you around and into another well-lit area at the top here. Closes? Oh yeah, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, so there's a chilly draft wafting through this area, but there's a nice warm fireplace roaring in the hearth, and bundled under a thick quilt and seated in a squat rocking chair is an old, very old, venerable dwarf with a wooden peg leg where her right foot should be. And next to her on a small table is where she's patting her hand very gently. And that's where Mir goes up to and puts down her plate. I've brought you your dinner, Ethel. And she looks at it. Fish again? What have you got? And she looks at you, and you've actually got not a soup, but what is it? It's like a goat's milk, like a glass of goat's milk, and there's a fillet topped with more goat's milk.
Yes.
She looks at it, and she sighs, shakes her head. She looks up at you, though. I've been dreading this moment. She looks with knowing eyes, piercing right into yours. And I'm not talking about the food.
What?
I'm talking about you and your friends downstairs.
Okay. You guys consider this. Remember, this sounds like important information. Says, when you go, looks to the tiefling. Why don't you go scamper along, see if there's anything for dessert? Me and this venerable lady are gonna have a little chat, I think. Do you mind if I sit down?
I'd bring your friends up here first. They're gonna want to hear this too.
I mean, they're waiting on a meeting with Kadroth, but I can go grab them quickly. Or those that can.
Kadroth. You see her like lift up a peg leg and like hit it onto the floor with a heavy thud. Like she stamps her
Not a
leg.
fan. Right, I'll go grab those that I can, and I'll be right back. You enjoy your meal, and guys will just quickly.
I'm not gonna touch that. That's not worthy of a last meal.
I'd offer you something else. Wait, okay, now you've really got me curious. Guys will quickly rush and go grab the others, or as many of the others as he can. I don't know if you want to take them back to the other map, but guys will just sort of head up to them and just be like, the old woman upstairs seems to be expecting us, I say quietly, and she's talking about the meal she's having as a last meal and dreading the fact that we've arrived, so
Let's go meet the locals.
she wants to go, she wants us all up there. She's got something to say.
I will follow you.
So,
okay.
so we'll
I'll
leave the
come with
What
you,
about
group
you?
yeah.
What about you, 607?
I'm gonna wait down here.
All right. And Barritomus, you coming up?
I was checking this area because apparently the person we're looking for is a sleepy boy.
Yeah, you check the servants' quarters. It looks like most of the guards are up and posted here, but it might not be the only servants' quarters. But
Yeah, because they did say he was sleeping right now.
because I'll say this, there's 6 bunk beds here, but you've already seen at least like 12 guards.
Yeah.
Well, actually, more than that, like 14, 15. But anyway, you do double check though, and there doesn't seem to be anyone sleeping here at the moment.
If one of us is staying down here, I'll stick about, so we're not like leaving
6
one
or
person.
7 is.
Yeah, not leaving one person on their own where they could, I don't know, get kidnapped, attacked.
You got it. So he's hiding. He's gonna keep you company there, by the looks. All right, 607. As the others filter away, yeah, it isn't actually long before you hear a whispering in your ear. Only Barritomus, you don't hear this. Just 607, and you hear. Psst. I didn't expect you here, but perhaps this is a opportunity to share notes. Oh, this is Avarice, by the way, and you can reply to this message.
I assumed it was you. Where shall we meet?
She says, where is she actually? She says, I would be in my normal room, but that's a little bit hard to get to. Tell you what, you can meet me in the upstairs old library. It's a bit burnt now. You'll see the door is still charred. That's a quiet enough area.
Sounds fun.
Oh, sorry.
Do I
You
go up
suddenly
this
see
way?
Barry. Barry just sees 6 or 7 walking off. But yes, take a left when you get up there. Oop, you've jumped out the window.
No, jumped out the window. That's just a window. Okay.
I see you're feeling
Where are the
adventurous.
stairs?
Where
are the stairs?
I'll just take you there. Don't worry. Shit, that was funny.
Is this the
yeah.
library?
Yeah, it used to be. This
Okay.
looks like the burnt, charred door, and sure
Okay.
enough, inside you can see.
I'm gonna
there is-
signal. I'm gonna signal to Barry to stay outside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want Barry being in here for this.
You got it. All right. There you
It's
are.
not much of a library, is it?
No, I've got my own library, but this is a place to meet in private at the very least. Oh, sorry, Barry. You were
Yes.
mid. What was it? Did you want to say?
I was just saying,
Thank
yeah,
God.
I'll stand outside and I'll take the guard's pose. Yeah, I was muted the whole time.
Sorry. I just trying to think who to start with here. She looks at you, 607, and says, did you stumble upon me, or were you actually actively looking for me? I'm curious.
Finding you here was a bit of a happy accident, but I have been keeping an eye out for you or those that work for you, just in case I ran into you again. Always curious to see what you're up to.
And I'm curious. Have you found any other information? Have you figured out what it is we're here for?
I know what I'm here for now, I think. Well, it's a lie. I'm closer to figuring out what I want to do with these people.
No, I see. Well, I was hoping that our goals sort of align. There are bigger things in Icewindale than just these little 10 towns. You
Oh,
understand?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Secrets buried beneath the ice. Secrets that may even pertain to your very being.
Do you have a
Mm.
I'm gonna pull out a little piece of paper and a writing tool, and I'm gonna draw a certain symbol and pass it over to her. Do you recognize this?
And which symbol is it? Is it the one?
The one I saw in the last in Goodmead.
Good me, the symbol. You'll have to actually remind me. I'm trying to.
I'll send you a message.
Okay. Oh, I think or unless it's on. You talking about the one on the farm, or you sent me a message, because I'm actually lost a little. Oh. Oh. Yes, I did hear they were here, but they weren't really of my concern either, to be honest. Unless they have information, then they could prove useful. But
They're sometimes more well connected than you realize, and they are a pain in my side, so to speak.
oh, not on friendly terms, are we?
I doubt
Well,
they even know I exist right now.
she raises an eyebrow like that. How curious. Well, I hear they're posting up in Targos, I believe. It
That
might
would
know
explain
something.
a lot, actually.
Unfortunately, my other associates have gone cold on me.
I
Excuse the
thought this was a
pun.
competition.
Indeed,
Working
competition.
alone.
Yes, that's true. We don't need their help. But I have a sneaking suspicion that they may have got ahead of the curve, and now they're keeping their lips shut because they don't want me to catch up to them.
Hmm.
Possible they've uncovered something.
Possible.
Oh, I heard what happened in East Haven. That does not bode well, however.
The minor inconvenience for right now.
Yes. Still, that leaves there's still another three of us. So, if you bump into any of them, try to query them on how much progress they've made. Um,
I don't even know who the other three are. You keep on. You never told me who
well,
to look for.
that's fair. I'll
Do I
tell
just
you.
look for symbols when people keep them all hidden, or
No,
should I know?
we don't openly show those ever since burnings of wizards occurred. Instead, I'll come clean and tell you a little bit more about us. When we arrived in Icewindale, there were about 4 of us. She starts counting. Self, Zan, hold on. Maybe miscounting.
Oh, Bizon.
Actually,
Yeah, okay.
there was 4. But, no, sorry. There is 4, but there was actually one who was already here. In any case, Dazan, yes, you know of him, unfortunately met that terrible fate in East Haven. Oh well, he was just slowing down the group. There's another, though, Nas Lantamir? She's a divination wizard. She sort of tagged along right at the end. I didn't even know she was coming, but she claims to be sent as reinforcements. She's a bit of a nuisance. Plucky, but she's still probably the most inexperienced of all of us.
What does she look like? Where is she? So I know who to look for.
She's young, wears dark shaded spectacles, dark brown hair, kind of cut short, just down to the shoulders. And she has a little cute familiar. Oh, it's the most adorable little thing. This sort of weasel stoat-looking thing. What do you call them? Anyway,
Like
it's
a
white.
badger?
No, it's like a white weasel
Ferret?
thing.
I mean, either way, I'll keep an eye. Do you know where she is? In Targos as well?
No, we all went our separate ways when we got to Bryn Shander. Had a little bit of an argument as to who was leading this expedition, and of course, that didn't result in any progress. We decided we'd all be our own leader and went our separate ways.
So you, Bizan, Nas, who else? You said there was 4.
And Vilin Harple. She's a human necromancer from a famous family. That's how she got into the Brotherhood. She doesn't really have any skill herself. Just has a name. But I suppose names can get you places. Anyway, she's wandering around with a cadre of kobolds. Some living. Some
Oh, I think I ran into those kobolds and maybe Villain herself. Although if I knew what to look for, it might have been a little bit better.
She's an older lady with an eye patch, white hair, and she has a snowy white owl familiar.
Yes, I remember. I remember the kobolds especially. They like to play cards.
You did see them, and so I will reveal their artwork so you can get a better look at them in the flesh. But now you know, Valin Harple. There's a little cadre of kobolds. And then that leaves one last individual. But, well, I doubt he's making much progress anymore. He's, behind bars.
You're not talking about the storyteller. What was his name? No.
I don't think I've mentioned his name. He's, going by a different name now. He's known as Prisoner 237.
Numbers as well, huh?
Yes, actually, you two might get along. In fact, he might even have some information you could pry out of him. He's
Where is he
held
being
up
kept?
Well, there's only one prison in Icewindale.
East
Everyone
Haven?
knows. Oh, no. That's more of like a little overnight shelter. No, I speak of Revel's End. And you probably have heard of this. This is one of the most renowned prisons in all of the world. And you also would recognize it from the movie, the D&D movie.
Ah,
It's
yes.
that
Okay.
prison.
Okay.
Yeah. Valish, Valish Gant is his name. He used to be part of the Brotherhood before he failed in his scheme, and he's more of an embarrassment to the Arcane Brotherhood. But he's been he's been here long enough that he might know something. He was posted here in Icewindale long before any of us were.
And you never told me what you're searching for, what your goal actually is.
Yeah, so I was hoping you could prove yourself a little by figuring that out yourself. But
yes, well, I seem to be dim-witted. All I've done so far is kill giants, kill trolls. Almost got a couple gargoyles, not gargoyles, Goliaths killed, but they ended up reuniting their tribe instead.
well, it's secrets
I
like this that get people
killed a
killed.
dead man. Got the statue from East Haven stolen.
Hmm.
Well, the
That's all.
dwarves are crafty.
That's all rather grim.
Yeah. Have you heard of
Dwarves
Darth
used to.
Sunblight? Darth Sunblight and his crew.
That
Do you
is
know them?
that is a beautiful segue to go to the other group because we're about to learn about them, and so let's go to them.
Okay.
Hethel is an old dwarf. She sits in her rocking chair, leaning back and forth, and she gestures to all the seats to make herself comfortable here in this well lit, warm area. Come, sit down, sit down. So, the Icewind Trekkers. I've seen you. Yes.
We haven't seen you.
I would be impressed if you could. I'm the soothsayer here.
So what, you've been
And
spying on us?
No, no. The visions are not ones I choose. They are sent to me by a higher power. She gingerly gazes across the room, and her eyes kind of land on Faith.
Oh, and what visions have you seen? Do you what title do you prefer, mistress or wise woman?
It doesn't matter
What
what
do
you
people?
call me, because you won't be calling me much of anything for long. And that brings me to why I'm a little reluctant to tell you.
Tell us what?
Are we going to cause some sort of catastrophe?
No, no. Well, you might. Or you might avert one. No, I'm very
That's
old.
as in me personally or the group? I'm just...
You know what you are, then.
Yep.
But you know, yet to know what all your calling is here. There is a plot afoot. One that could spell disaster for all of the 10 towns. A plot orchestrated by the Sunblights. Have you heard of them?
Oh, what are sunblights?
I don't know if
They're a
six.
family of dwarves. Urgar, to be exact. They've come from the Underdark with one purpose, one mission. They've made it their mission to systematically eradicate all of 10 towns.
Why? 10 towns seems like such small
It also,
place for an entire race of people.
it also
Hmm.
seems like if they just left it, I don't know, 5 years, it would fall anyway.
Exactly.
But let me take a guess. This has something to do with the black crystals, Gardelin.
She nods. Aye, it is. What they're doing with it, I cannot tell. But they're collecting it up, every last fragment. Sunblight, or Zadrok Sunblight. He's the warlord. And why he wants to conquer Icewindale is beyond me. No other Duragar have sought to come to the surface and cause such a campaign. I don't know what suddenly convinced him now's the time, but he's been here plotting this for a while. So I doubt it has anything to do with the Endless Rime. He's already constructed a fortress on the surface, hidden somewhere in the spine of the world. It contains, among other things, a forge powered by the steel-beating heart of a red dragon. Seen it in my vision. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
That beat symbolizes their march. Oh yes, their unified march that they plan to launch against 10 towns. But you are not ready. You cannot face Sadarak too soon. No, not as you are. He looks around the room at each of you. You've each come here to either test your mettle or find some sort of redemption, answers. She looks from one to each another as she says these. Aye. Well, you'll find plenty of answers and plenty of horrors to test your mettle. Ones that'll haunt you for the rest of your days. And you can find them in the farthest reaches of Icewindale. If you can overcome them, maybe there's some hope to survive the perils of Zadrok's fortress.
So are we meant to stop him then? Because we're just a couple of people. We're not even, I mean, there's not even that many of us. We don't even have that much power. Why is it? Not that we wouldn't, you understand, but I mean, isn't there... Shouldn't you be telling the guards this?
No, these are words for you, and for your ears alone. I will say it's definitely in everyone's interest that you put a stop to it.
And if
How are we supposed to do that against a warlord with his army? Please tell me you've got a secret weapon or secret way in or something.
She sighs a deep sigh, one that almost feels like it's so deep it might be just the last exhalation she ever makes. I do not possess all the answers, but a powerful presence has told me that you might be the only hope. Do you want to save lives, Hulla? This is definitely one way to do it.
How did you know that?
My god tells me plenty. And she kind of grasps the icy crystal around her neck. I actually haven't sent you the artwork for her. But here you go. She is the old dwarf.
Okay. But
I don't know whether you're chosen or destined. Consider this perhaps just one line of possible outcomes and a vast branching, well, causality.
And do you have advice on where we should go, on what we should do next? You said we needed to become more powerful. Do you have any ideas how we could do that?
She nods and says, as I say, you might need to test your mettle. On the farthest reaches of Icewindale, there's legends, myths, places of power that you can visit, monsters you can overcome.
I can think of at least one such place in the Dale. It would be a long journey and dangerous, and there would be little shelter on the way, but
and what, so if we fight a monster, then we'll all of a sudden become powerful enough to take on an army? Is that how that's supposed to work?
I think we need to face many monsters and just gain in strength. I mean, we've dealt with powerful monstrosities already, just a small group of us, things that we shouldn't have been able to deal with, really, but we did it. So maybe if we just can fight some more of these things and test ourselves, we'll be able to, I guess, unlock some hidden strengths that we didn't know we had. I mean, this ghost in my head has at least said that she might be able to offer me some more powers should our connection grow stronger.
She says, Auril may not take pity or mercy on those starving or struggling to survive, but proving yourselves able to withstand the harshest environments, overcome the deadliest enemies, well, that in of itself is almost like a form of worship to her. Maybe you can't earn her mercy. You might be able to earn her respect.
Are you suggesting that what's going on is in 10 towns that test for us more than anything, to see if we can survive to grow the strength to overcome this threat?
Quite possibly. What do you see it as, Wealgeist?
I see it as a challenge for all of the Dale to fight against and unite as one to overcome, but it seems very few would agree with me on that based on what we've seen in the towns. It seems many have already fallen prey to the weaknesses of, well, I would say humanity, but, mortality, people.
She nods. And then she looks to you, Hulla, and says, and more than just slaying monsters. You already know. There are treasures that lie out there. In the open tundra. Left. Waiting for someone to just go and claim it.
Out of character, do I know this?
Yep.
Is this related to my past life?
There's one treasure you can think of. One hoard that's still out there. Somewhere. Left.
Don't know if I knew that.
Yeah, it's the one in the lake, I guess.
No, one apart from the lake. She said in the open tundra.
Yeah.
Did, yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Okay. I don't know if I know
many more.
where that is.
I'll whisper you.
Yeah.
I'll whisper you. She's alluding to something, but she doesn't want to just spill the beans. She knows that you know, and so I'll whisper you that.
And grandmother, do you have a message for me?
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Came to test your mettle. There's no better place. And your Minotaur. She's used to being tested herself. Perhaps she will be able to tell whether you're ready or not.
Thank you for your words.
Not only that, but to fight an army, as you say, you'll need to bring an army. An Ashanti. One already walks with you.
I'm very blessed in my friends and companions that I have with me. Yes, I agree.
I think...
She kind of smirks a little at that.
Are you sure she means us?
I think she means something else.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah. You are...
Can you at least tell us anything about where this fortress is supposed to be? I mean, stuck in the spine of the world isn't much to go on.
The visions I have received only tell me that it is somewhere there in the mountains. It is deliberately out of sight, hidden, carved into the mountain itself. Well, carved out of the rock, but the precise location. She shakes her head. I suppose that is one more test, isn't it?
You could potentially send words to our Goliath companions. They might be able to scout with their griffins when
That's a good idea.
when we get ready for that confrontation.
What I do know is that they're bringing back every shard of Shardlin they can, and they're taking it back there.
So if we can keep them away from some of the Shardlin, then that's a good thing, I guess. So if we can gather some ourselves.
Or if we have some little bit that we can put a tracking spell on.
Hmm.
I don't have that kind of magic, but maybe someone does.
Speaking
Possibly.
plainly, if we're looking to gain aid and such, the speaker here seems like they would be the best one. Do you know what's actually happening with them? I don't really, no offense, but I don't really trust the guard we spoke to. They seemed a bit hesitant to give us any information.
There's a deliberately long pause because she doesn't seem to be responding much. You can't really see her chest rising or lowering. Her eyes seem to be heavy and closed, like slowly beginning to slowly slump forward.
Hulla? I think you need to check on her.
Hello, Faith.
Faith quickly rushes over as well, and she kneels down next to her. And are you okay?
Is she breathing?
Hold on. I'm not sure. She puts her hand to her chest, and it's near the Shardlin crystal. And as soon as she does that to see if she's breathing, you suddenly see a jerking motion of her hand, shakily grips Faith's, her eyes still closed, and pulls Faith in, and as she's leaning right against her, her lips are next to her ears, and you can see her mouth something, Geist, but it's so faint, it's so quiet, it's just a whisper into Faith's ears. Before you see Hathel finally expire one last breath.
Oh
and
boy.
Faith's face is just in shock. She's gone.
You're not. Are you sure?
She holds her hand, gripping for a pulse, and she just gives you a grim look, Hulla.
Of course you're sure.
She
Sorry.
She knew that us coming here signaled this, so means
she was
that
reluctant to tell us. She said she dreaded this.
yes, because it was, I guess, her end, and also meant that a dire threat was on the horizon, and we were the sign of that coming.
I don't understand everything. She seems a little bit haunted by the last word she said as well. Well, not haunted, actually. Take her back. She seems to be more almost confused. There's almost a little revelatory idea about it. She's come to some sort of revelation, but she's not sure what to make of it yet, sort of idea. But in any case, that sort of expression has since gone now that she's got an old woman who's passed away in her arms, and she leans her back in the chair and brings up the blanket, kind of, so it's wrapped around her shoulders.
I'll go let someone know, so they can probably deal with this, I guess. And Geist will head downstairs to where he where he knows there's people, and let I guess the cook know, because that's the only person he knows for definite is down there. Who would or
Just clarify what you're letting the cook know.
Well,
Yeah.
while we were talking with Ethel, it seems she's passed away peacefully. So
Of natural causes, yeah.
yeah, of natural causes.
It's-
Yeah.
And as Geist begins to go away, Faith sort of shakes her head and says, "It's like she knew that this was her last purpose."
I mean,
Okay, I'm really nervous about being up here with a dead body and being accused. Can I look around the room and see if she's got a dagger or something I can slip into my in you
She
know
doesn't have a
because being
dagger.
caught with a dead body with a weapon is less
With the
suspicious.
weapon.
She does not
Just
have a
stick it in the
dagger.
body, you know.
I'll say,
Oh.
guys, as you're about to go downstairs, you hear a stomping around, and Thoob is looking around. Hey, there you are! What the? Where did you go?
We were upstairs talking with Ethel, and it seemed. Yes, I.
Ah,
But
you want to talk
it's
to that old bag?
well. I've got the sad news to present that it seems like during that conversation she's passed away from natural causes. So you might want to let the right people know so they can deal with that. I'm not sure who that would be.
What the? Now? Well,
I mean, yeah. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I was coming to let people know.
all right. Look, go downstairs. Cardoth is gonna. Cardroth, it will see you now.
Okay.
Supposed to see him first.
Well, I mean, he was taking a while, so we thought I'd help out, and then I ended up in a conversation.
He does rush upstairs and sees Hethel. He looks more like irritated at her death rather than compassionate in any slight form. But yeah, you guys can begin to head down. You see Barritomus is sat outside a door guarding it. Like, Barry, are you okay?
It seems 6 or 7 needed to change their clothes.
Oh, right.
I thought he
Got a
only
lot
had
of
the one
stone.
outfit somehow.
I don't know. He went into this clothes changing room.
Okay. Not gonna
And
question
then
that.
in the changing room. And that's all I know about Sunblade.
Interesting.
Again, he's not really much of my concern.
No, not much of a concern. I just thought it was curious. It was interesting that he stole the entire statue. It was quite remarkable, actually. Now, you've shared some information with me, and I do want some more from you, but
Yes, go
I'll
ahead.
show you something if you're interested. And I'll take off my jacket and take off my shirt and start to undo my torso so I can open up and show her what's inside.
Oh, okay. She kind of leans forward and prestidigitates like a small flicker of light into her hand to sort of get a closer look. But there's already enough light, the kind of ambience from your own chest. And she looks towards and says, fascinating.
Yeah.
I have to give it to her. Dr. Lysel's work is actually pretty immaculate. Though, these, I don't believe she made these. There's no way. What is this? And she like goes to touch it and says like, it's not of any material that I've. Do you stop her?
Nope.
Okay. Any material I've seen. Oh my.
Is it the metal that she's
Just
touching?
yes.
Okay.
The casing.
Yeah.
This
It's
is
new.
remarkable.
This is we Can you believe that a half-giant named Doug had this? Oh, sorry, no. Doug's girlfriend or wife? Never got her name. That's where I got this from.
Interesting. She looks at that and then looks at the other material that it's made of and says, "This is also something completely else, something else entirely as well. But you
Yeah.
fuse this part onto that? It doesn't. I mean, it works. It clearly means, hmm, they must be both incredibly ancient." And you see her casting a couple of other spells, one being detect magic,
Yeah.
and
I'm
she,
assuming I light up.
yeah, if you wish, yeah, she does look over it in great detail, and says, "You're like a walking artifact, but with a sort of
I'm
modern exterior."
not entirely sure what, but I am trying to duplicate it.
Well, this is good news. I can tell you for certain that our goals align. What we're
Really?
looking for is where this comes from. And she
This
points
meaning,
correct at the main thing,
okay.
the main core.
Yeah,
Lizelle, where did you find this?
that I don't know. I can tell you that whatever she was doing, it wasn't active yet. She never figured that part out. That was something else. At least I don't believe she was able to.
Well, it is
So
incredibly
maybe she had the parts.
ancient. But did she not have any notes where she found this?
The only notes I had said that the answer lies in the north, which is why I'm here.
That's all she wrote?
It's not all she
What?
wrote. There was an explosion, destroyed
Oh,
most of the notes, most of the information. All I
oh,
had to go on was to come north and this pin.
and you say her laboratory was where exactly? I very much like to visit it myself, see if I can pick through the scraps.
Uh, farther south, anyway.
Oh, past the 10 trail? Not in Icewindale.
Not a nice one down, though.
Drat.
No, no,
Ugh.
no. Back where it's not quite as desperate.
Well, getting back's not going to be easy then.
Okay.
Ugh.
But you
All
do
right,
seem to
never
have a
mind.
nice setup here. You're in control of the castle.
Yes, but Castle doesn't hold many answers, I'm afraid. I mean,
That's too
this was
bad.
the library. She gestures around her. And even this got burnt down. So it just
Hmm.
feels like a dead end half the time. Maybe,
Well,
hmm, I hate to say it, but maybe we should give that prisoner a little visit after all.
head all the way up there. That's a long journey, even for where we are.
It's still a nice one, Dale. I mean, Dr. Lizelle used to converse with him. Um,
Really?
Indeed. They were working together for a while, but, well, Gant wanted to, uh, he wanted to become the sort of speaker of a town. And when that didn't work, he hatched another plan to sort of,
He only wanted to become speaker of a town. That's low bar.
I know, he was more interested in the sort of uh,
No,
bureaucracy
I
and
could have been speaker of a town by now.
exactly. Most of his work was short-sighted. Uh, but, however, I'm sure when he was working with Lizelle, they were launching expeditions occasionally. Possible that her and him uncovered something, and you never know. Maybe that's where she got this. She gestures again to the insides of your chest.
Could be. The way you contacted me earlier today, not the golem, the other way.
Hmm.
Is that would that be possible to reach him there, or do they have protections against such magic?
You guessed it. Unfortunately, the Revel's End is incredibly secure. It's got the probably one of the most secure prisons in all of Faerun and beyond, and even Midra. And yes, they know how to deal with magic spellcasters like ourselves.
Not
There's
surprised.
what I last heard, there'd be anti-magic fields cast over the cells, so there's not even a chance of sending a spell, like a message or anything. You'd have to go there in person.
Interesting. Well, seems on the list then. Try to get up to
Yes.
that prison. I need to convince my traveling companions, as they are, that that might be a worthy venture. They may not see it that way.
Hmm.
At least not yet.
Yes. Valish Gant is the name again, and as I say, he's prisoner 237. But he
So,
specializes in abjuration, last I remember. But he's a pompous and conniving sort of fellow. He never doubts he's the smartest person in the room. But
don't
well,
all
look where
wizards
that.
think that way?
Well, look where that got him anyway. He's behind
True.
bars, but well, that's what you get when you're trying to like become council of speakers and making a name for yourself. We wizards, we've got to really lie low a bit more. Anyway, yes, if you can make a venture to Revel's End, find out what he knows. In the meantime, I'd actually very much like to have a look at this other piece of metal you've got, just a single bit, if you don't mind.
I'll break off, or I'll give her a small piece that I can spare.
Excellent. All right, I'll conduct some research of my own.
I look forward to seeing you again. And if you see anybody bearing this symbol, and I'll point to the one that I drew,
Mm-hmm.
don't be afraid to take them out. They're no friends of mine.
Oh, huh. All right then. No
In
friends of
case
mine
you're
either.
feeling, they can get in the way, though. They are, well, they're the ones that blew up Dr. Lysel's lab.
Her eye is narrow. Hmm.
They were after something.
Reckless.
They're
And with that,
dangerous when they want to be.
yeah, she's she shakes her head. Such a loss of knowledge. Shameful. She then gestures towards the door and says, "Oh, your friends are likely waiting for you," and you can actually hear them like talking and conversing as they're walking past the door towards the
Oh,
stairs.
yes, they went to speak to some old woman, I think. Oh.
And yeah, with that, you open up the door and close. You see her exit from a different one and sort of slink away.
Hey, Barry, you're
Harry,
still here.
yeah, go on.
Yeah, you told me to wait outside.
Well, I didn't think you'd actually wait, stand guard, but thank you.
I mean, if you're doing something private, then I made sure it was private.
There's Everest.
She has answers to things that confuse me right now.
I'm sorry, who?
Oh, that was Avarice.
Oh, you were having your conversation. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I
Yes,
just
yes,
told
yes.
everyone we're changing clothes.
No, no. As I'm buttoning up my shirt.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know like robots do that kind of thing. Good for you, buddy.
Thank you.
Hi, you must be Kadroth.
Kadroth. Yes, welcome.
Um,
Please,
sorry
enter my
for
office.
sorry for keeping you waiting. I was speaking with Hethel, who has sadly now passed away. So you're aware.
Did you kill
Apologies.
someone?
No, she died. She just sort of stopped.
Yeah, it sounded to me from over there that you bored her to death.
She was the one talking.
So she
Wouldn't
bored
it?
herself to death?
I
Well, she
guess.
didn't have a whole lot to say, let's be honest. She didn't have not a lot in the way of specifics, you might say.
No, but
Hmm.
enough
But
to
I
think
mean, nice
about.
enough lady.
That is most terrible news.
Yes.
She will be sorely missed.
Hey, if we speak to you, you're not gonna keep talking until you die, are you?
I have no intentions of expiring soon, no.
Excellent.
I've still got quite a fire in my belly, in fact.
Oh, good.
And this is the individual he's talking about. He's quite stout after all. And he welcomes you in. He's got a fine fur-lined cloak. And he has this long, winding tail that actually beckons you into the room.
Is menacingly holding a dagger.
No, this is a letter opener.
I
I was just what's it called? Referencing the letters you mentioned from East Haven.
hmm.
So you're
And
saying
yes,
that?
he does have a necklace.
So you're saying
Yeah.
that couldn't be used as a dagger?
I mean,
Well, it is rather sharp, but you've nothing to fear from me. You are one of Avarice's friends, after all. Isn't that right?
yes. Well, 607 is anyway.
Hmm.
Sure.
Well, apologies. The apologies were all mine. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Just had to make sure everything was in order. And also, of course, apologies that the speaker cannot be here to address you himself. He has
Yes.
fallen gravely ill. Perhaps it's a sickness that's going around. Maybe he caught it from Hethel. In any case,
Possibly. Though Hethel
what can I
didn't
do
seem
for
to
you?
show the symptoms that we were told about. Well, I'm just going to ask one question that's just been bugging me slightly. The necklace that you wear and that a few of the others are wearing, is that like a holy symbol? It's not one I recognize.
Yes, it is indeed a proud symbol of our order.
Ah,
We are known as the Knights of the Black Sword.
Yeah. What kind of gem is that?
It is Chardolin.
Ah, so that's why everyone's getting it. What? I mean, what?
huh. Okay. Nice the Black Sword. That is, honestly, of some of the group names that I've heard as we've been traveling, that's one of the cooler sounding.
And do you guys have like a a charter, a mission, something that, you know, what's your whole deal?
Our affairs are in the interest of 10 towns' prolonged survival and prosperity.
I mean,
And do you have a way of doing that? That seems really tough right now for just about everybody.
Indeed. There are those who are trackers, trappers, and
Trekkers.
trekkers. And there are those who are still in the political circles, trying to maintain order, whilst others are hysterical about the endless winter. There are those who are still seeking to find solutions.
Hmm.
But fear not, I'm capable individual in that regard. We've actually recently undergone sort of political movement ourselves. See myself as a bit of a visionary, you see. The
Hmm.
more people we can unite together under one banner or one roof, shall we say, the better it is for all our chances of survival.
I mean, I do agree that everyone being able to work together rather than against each other seems like the best way forward with things, sharing resources, etc.
Indeed. You also see he's got a ring of keys that he's sort of he's just sort of thumbing through as he's saying this.
So when you
Just like a fidget.
so when you say like you're a visionary in a political turn and you want everyone to be under one roof, are you suggesting like all the speakers like get along with each other, or are you speaking like there should only be one speaker?
Precisely. But whichever route it takes, we do need to be united.
Okay. That just to me that sounded a little bit more sinister than it should have.
I mean, that's
Apologies. No, this is merely in the best interests of all towns. I hear there is the meet, and I will have to be going in the speaker's stead.
yes.
Unfortunately, Cranach is just not in a physical fit form.
I mean, I did ask the guard on the wall this, but are there any symptoms? Like, is it something that, I mean, we've got some quite knowledgeable people here. It might be that it's something that they've heard of and could suggest maybe there's some cure that perhaps your people haven't managed to think of, getting an extra perspective on the matter. After all, getting the speaker back up is best, but if it's not curable, then I suppose there's not much that can be done.
Well, from my own observations, he has been slowly on the recover. I think he's been getting better, so I would fear not.
Okay, well,
He's only 49 years old, he'll pull through.
hmm.
Are you sure a quick healing spell wouldn't help at all? It's
Oh,
no
no.
problem.
He's not injured or anything, no.
Well, if you're sure.
Then
I'm certain.
I
Gives
suppose
you a nice warm smile.
Then I
So
Hmm.
how do you protect yourself from the shardling? Like is there like could we all be able to like handle the shardling without going mad?
Protect ourselves. On the contrary, the Shardlin protects us.
Hmm.
Against what, exactly? Not the cold, surely.
Indeed. I
Really?
suppose it's a sort of time for a little story. Each and every one of us, all the knights of the Black Sword, we each share a common story amongst us. Whether it be the last one to make it back of an expedition, whether it be a cruel turn of the weather that caught us off guard. Each of us have come close to death out there
Huh.
in the freezing, unforgiven winds of Icewindale. So close to death, in fact, that we collapse into the snow, freezing, blood running icy, every touch and sensation numbed. Just before that burning hypothermia sets in, we each heard a call. A voice in the dark, in the blizzard. And that's when we saw it.
A fairy?
Faint glow.
Oh.
Might as well have been. What at first thought was perhaps some sort of will-o-wisp come to collect our soul started to faintly hum and glow, calling us. Half frozen, we would crawl in the snow, reaching it, clasping it with fingers that cannot feel. Out of the snow, we claimed our freedom, our salvation. Black shard, encased in a sword-like amulet. As soon as we grasped it to our chest, that is when the cold was warded away. Our life essence sparked again. That fire in my belly I was talking about, that was reignited when I was spared by this Shardlin, by this higher power. And it has kept us united. We now wear these amulets as a reminder of what got us through that gruesome ordeal. The cold was warded all the way back until we made our home in Pentowns.
Okay. So...
You ask any one of us, we've all had the same experience. The Shardlin is a lifesaver.
So, on story time for us, we came across someone who went berserk because they were holding on to a Shardlin weapon. And yeah, they went crazy and started killing indiscriminately, it seems.
Perhaps only the worthy are chosen then. I have heard rumors. I will not feign my ignorance. Yes, the Shardlin has been whispered in warm little taverns of the people going mad. But as you can see, I am perfectly sane. Perhaps the Shardlin has the ability to choose who it deems worthy of saving and who is simply cast into a mindless rage.
Or maybe it's because it's such a small piece hanging from your neck. Maybe. Who knows? Time will tell, I guess.
I mean, if it's... I mean, maybe it's because you overcame or were trying to overcome a challenge when you found it rather than just finding it. So proved yourself worthy, possibly.
Yeah. Pushed to the brink. Those berserkers you found, they may have thought it some sort of treasure and hoarded it.
Yes.
And the sheer amount was what drove them insane.
Possibly.
But I can assure you there are no such ailments among our ranks.
Oh, that's good to hear. Especially as there is one in your ranks, I believe, a person by the name of Wawa.
Yes,
Wah,
the
wah.
Malfoon boy.
Yes, his mother was worried about him, so we were just told he was coming to one of the castles, so we thought we'd come check in on him whilst we were passing through, and turns out he's here, so...
Yes, he has grown to be a promising knight.
Well, that's...
He's under the tutelage of Fel Supara. You met her on the gate.
Yes. He did not seem to be a fan of us.
Do you think we could talk to him? His mother's worried. It's the only reason.
Of course. No, this is understandable. I will summon him at once. Thoop? Thoop! And you hear a knock at the door. You mean Thoob? Whatever your name is. Go gather the Malfoon, please. We have some concerned visitors. His mother wants to know he's well. Yes, of course. All right, I'll be right back.
Seems a lot less disgruntled with you than he did with the tiefling girl. Or us when we tracked in snow, but I can understand being annoyed at that.
Thoob, yes. He needs to learn to show some respect to his superiors.
Is that a problem you guys have a lot around here? Getting respect?
Oh no. Nonsense. You can roll an insight check.
Yeah,
It
why
was a
not?
pretty insulting thing to say.
Almost
How
a
he
more
reacts.
it's a more
Oh no.
he seems
I-
quite
Nope.
feely.
Nope.
I
But
want to
I will
join
mention
because I want to roll a 1 as well.
yeah,
Come on, you got this. Yes.
nice.
2.
1s and 2s, love it.
God,
Yeah,
what
he's
is with
quite
our
stoic.
rolls today?
Yeah, he seems to be putting on stone wall. Though I will say, Geist, you definitely notice a complete dislike from what's from Hethel earlier. But other than that, yeah, it does seem as though the rest do seem to show him some respect. I'm not sure.
I did, whilst we're just waiting, Belle, as they were called, do you know why she seems to have disdain for at least the Hades religion? Like, I was just curious because it seemed odd to call someone a heathen for worshipping a god. I can understand calling me a heathen because I don't worship the gods, though.
I see. Well, I believe that Belle is simply showing her utmost devotion to our goddess.
Which is, just to clarify,
He smiles a toothy grin and says, well, the Frostmaiden, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Ah.
See, I thought that was going to be the case, but I just wanted to confirm. I don't want to make assumptions, you know?
Wait. So we could have got in.
Yeah.
that
So
into
yeah.
this
So
Yeah, I should have
Faye,
said from the start.
yep.
God damn it.
I'm also a worshipper, a follower of Oriel. She kind of like steps up to the desk. Oh, steady on, girl. I didn't know there were others. That there was such a strong force of us out here.
Oh no.
Of course. There are just simply those who are misguided. They see Oriel as a antagonistic force, but you will find followers of her in every town, everywhere. He smiles again. Just need to know where to look and who to trust. But faith, is it? You are more than welcome to learn from us, and we will share all our knowledge. And she seems ecstatic and overjoyed about this. Yes, I have so many questions. And before she can really dive into them, you hear another knock at the door. Thoob has returned. I brought Malfoon. Ah, yes, please, make room. Thoob, see him in. Here you go, get on in. And entering into the room is a young man in his 20s. He's got quite a bit of snow in his hair. Seems he's just been out on patrol or whatever. And he's got a little bit of a stubble growing through. But more than anything, he's got these deep, sunken eyes with dark kind of bags hanging under them, like he's not been seeing much sleep. And he sort of shuffles in, looking around. He's holding on to his amulet as well, almost defensively, as he kind of sidles into the room. to the door. Oh. Warwa, how are you feeling? I'm feeling all right. Just little tired is all, Kadroth. My patrol was restless. Oh? How so? No, it's nothing. I must have been seeing things. No, go on, boy. Spill it. I thought I saw footprints in the snow. But there was no one making them. It was right on the very end of my watch. I must have just been tired, fatigued.
Whereabouts?
They were circling outside, and then I went to investigate, and well, it was heavy snow. Tracks must have been covered pretty quick. Or maybe they weren't there at all.
I mean, one of the notices did say about thieves being about who went about unseen, or yeah. So, and I mean, invisibility spells is like one of the most common things people know about with magic, right? So it could be someone using some magic to hide.
Why did you not report this sooner, Malfoon? This sounds like serious business. They're trying to case the joint. They're scouting us out.
I mean,
I'm sorry, Kadroth. As I said, I thought I was just seeing things. I didn't want to waste your time. You're wasting my time right now. Ugh.
well,
Apologies,
he's fairly new to the role, right? So, I mean, I know it's a mistake that shouldn't have been made, but I think perhaps a little bit of slack here. If he's not been here that long, right? Still in training. But
speaking of these acquaintances, do you recognize any of them? Oh, he looks around the room,
And
and
I'll
then
give him a little wave, like a
kind of
hey, remember me?
rubs his eyes and looks at you. It's not a friendly look. Sort of a frown, sort of a dreading frown, like, oh, why are you here? But he doesn't say anything, he just grits his teeth.
Hi.
Oh?
Your mother sent me. She was worried. She just wanted to know that you're okay. She says you guys had a fight, or you were arguing some, and you were acting strange, and well, then you disappeared, and
what, she sent you? She sent you all the way out here just to babysit me?
not babysit.
it was more
To
just
check on
to
you.
check on your well-being as we were traveling anyway.
I'm fine.
So no,
I'm fine, and I don't need any checkups.
Do you want to maybe just write her a letter, just to say that you're okay?
Well, you're going back there, aren't you? You can tell her. I'm fine.
Well, I think it'd mean more coming from you. Just a few words. Just so that, it's your mother. She worries.
you might think we're making it up.
He kind of rubs his eyes again. He tries to, like, stifle a yawn.
And in exchange for you writing that, I'll go have a look where you saw those footprints, see if I can find any trace of anyone.
There you go. Can't ask better than that.
You can roll a persuasion check, Hulla, as well for this, because you are trying to appeal to his
to his family nature. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good roll. If it pops up in the chat. There
Yeah,
we go.
there
20.
we go.
He sort of lets the tension subside. Ah. All right. Yes. I'll write her a letter if it means that she'll stop.
What did you just
Whoa.
shocking grasp?
Gee.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Sorry, loose wire. It goes off every once in a while.
Uh-huh.
I'll send her a letter if it means she'll stop chasing up on me. Yes, fine.
I think that yeah. And can I look at him and see if he looks healthy? Like he seems a little bit squirrely. Does he
Yeah, you
seem
can.
like
You,
he's got his full faculties?
yeah. Did you want to roll a medicine, or is this more of an insight? I mean, they're both pretty same. For you,
I'll roll either one. Either one is a +4.
Okay.
I'll roll an insight.
Yep. Sounds good.
Because
That's also a very good roll.
that's what I needed.
He seems a little irritated that he's had to be brought in here, and he definitely showed signs of frustration when bringing up his mother. It's like he doesn't want anything to do with her anymore, which for you is a complete change of character since you remember him. Ever since he found this shard, it's like he's up and left his old life and completely changed his whole outlook on life as a whole. Like, you never explain why he came here. He was just an innkeeper before, and now what? He suddenly joined knights of an order. He doesn't look like particularly, what's the word, like trained as well, or anything. You'd imagine all these other knights have got like martial capabilities, perhaps, but
Yeah.
to you, when you're looking over him, he looks more like he'd be good with like a spell or two. And you do remember him saying, Kadroth, him saying, under the tutelage of Fel Supara, and you confirmed she definitely is a spellcaster. So maybe he's been learning some sort of rituals or spells, and that could also be what's been keeping him up, because not only is he learning to train on the order, but he's probably been burning the candle at both ends in learning spells and such.
Okay.
And if they're spells, and Fel is a follower of Auriel, then you're not sure what those kind of rituals could entail. But
Right. Okay.
you'd have to ask Faith.
All overall not reassuring, but I have nothing to go on if we're just going to kidnap him. Yeah.
And
It's like he doesn't want to leave as well. He seems perfectly content. He doesn't seem to be showing any signs of wanting to leave, or in fact, he doesn't want you to bother him at all. It seems he wants to get out of the situation, just walk and get back to his post.
go get some rest. You look like you haven't slept in a week.
You know, speaking of that though, if I could get my trinket back, I could probably help him with that if he's struggling to sleep. Like, if you have guards like this, and as you've seen, he made one mistake by not letting you know of what was happening. It could happen again if they're not sleeping proper.
Well, what do you say to that offer, Malspoon? Is that any good for you? No, I'll be fine. I don't need sleep. I just need to.
Then you're an
focus.
idiot.
No, seriously.
Rest is important.
Yeah, you're likely to harm someone else if you don't sleep proper. And then you're no good to anyone.
What about those thieves out there? What if they use that time to strike?
Yeah, and what if in that time that you're there, that they strike, you just fall asleep while it happens?
Exactly. You're no good to anyone if you're tired. But as I said, whilst you're resting up,
like my mom.
as you're resting up, we'll go and keep an eye on them so you can sleep soundly with that in mind. How about that?
Yeah, we'll take a watch.
If you can't rely on the other guards to keep an eye on things for you whilst you're resting, then rely on us.
I was supposed to be studying with Fel, and Cadril says, no, these make a fine point, and they seem like seasoned adventurers. They know how to get a long rest. I suggest you do the same, Malvoon. Go on, get some rest.
Right.
Yes, Cadroth.
I go with to go get my trinket then.
Trinket.
So, I've been given the go ahead to help him.
Thoob, yeah, is gonna guide you.
I did say I was gonna get it back soon.
Yes, Thoob, go with them as well. Yeah, of course. All right, here's your little. Wait, what does it look like? He's rummaging through the footlocker. What is it again?
I just hold my hand up and let it hover to me.
It's already in your hand.
Yeah, before he even gets to it.
Yeah, he hasn't even opened up the footlocker, by the way.
Oh.
Like, as you're walking out there and you're saying, I need my trinket, is when you, like, subconsciously feel it on your person. And you know it's there.
Oh, never mind. It seems one of the others passed it me on the way.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't even pull it out of here. Did you come back and sneak it up? Did you steal it?
No.
It gets right in your face, uncomfortably so. I'm keeping my eye on you.
Okay. I guess I'll keep my eye on you.
Well, good.
Good.
He follows you and almost like bumps into your back.
Cool. I guess let's go then.
Let's go. Let's go do your little spells. Even little spellcaster fella.
I did.
Malvoon is already like undoing his leather armor and laying down in the bed. He's clutching his Shardlin amulet again as he closes his eyes. But then he sharply opens them again when he hears the door open. Anyway, you gonna cast sleep on him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll work. It'll put him to sleep. It'll even put Thoob to sleep if you
yeah,
put it over here.
I'm just like, I got to cast it on one of them, but he's following behind me, and then
he's right up in your face.
And they both just fall asleep.
Okay.
I just
what's the spell you can?
I just grab him and put him into the bed. I'm just like,
Thuob's sleeping on the job.
You
sure.
Yeah, you seemed like you needed the rest too, you grumpy ass bugger.
Hold on. Oh, that's good. I got rid of him. Okay, so
that was with my last spell slot.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Whilst we're waiting on Barry to come back, I still look to Cadwell.
Yes.
Sorry about I suppose seeming like I was giving him like an order there, but I know what I mean, I've been the same. When you're young and trying to prove yourself, you think that you need to stay awake longer than anyone, but good warrior or spellcaster or whatever needs to know when to get some sleep, because otherwise you're no good to anyone. Unless your
advice is invaluable.
But I mean,
to talk sense into him.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose at this point, whilst we're waiting on him to wake up and write that letter, we should go check out those footprints for you.
We did say we'd do that, didn't we? Yeah.
That is a capital idea.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll be doing us knights a great service, and of course, Caer Dinnerville.
Yes. And if they're the same ones who have been bothering Caer, the other one, name is slipped my...
Yeah, Konig.
Yeah, Caer Konig, then we'll be aiding both towns, or we can at least get some information to potentially help the other town. And then if we say to them that their aid came as part of working with Caer Dinnerville, then perhaps that will help establish stronger ties between the two Caers.
thinking. In fact, I like the way you think.
I try to. It's important in a Wolfpack that everyone runs together and everyone knows who's in charge. So it's important. And
He stands up from his chair, goes to shake your hand, guys.
We'll shake his hand back.
Barry just comes walking in, like dusting his hands off, like easy enough, done. Managed to get.
I assume you have a place to stay for the night. Although we'll be keeping an eye on our own, our own exterior of the castle. But
of course,
if you can track those footprints, if they appear again anywhere else in the town,
yeah, we'll keep an eye out for them.
Suppose we can try. Yeah, why not?
Mm.
If it'll make the boy feel better.
Yeah.
He stands up then and then heads to the door and sees you out.
Right. And
out of his office.
Right, and I wish a speedy recovery to the speaker, and that it seems like the Caer and the town are in good hands until he recovers.
Indeed, yes. I will give him your regards.
Yep.
And he gestures for the rest of you to leave. Shakes your hands on the way out.
It's odd, right?
Are we
yes. I'll come back tomorrow. I hope that's all right. He kind of gives a grin and a nod, and you see him head back into his office.
He's just going to give a quick goodbye to the dogs and the kennel boy, and just say that based on what he's seen, the kennel boy seems to be doing a good job and give him a thumbs up. Because the dogs seem happy and well cared for.
We just get shooed out.
Yeah,
we all grab our weapons on. We all grabbed our weapons on the way out, right?
Well,
yeah, there's two other knights that can see to you getting your weapons.
Okay.
All right. Well,
they do notice you going off to the left, like 6 or 7. The exit's this way, sir.
Which way?
So they're trying to talk to 6 or 7, but
which way?
Oh.
This way? In here?
No, that's this way, sir.
Oh, out this way. Okay. Oh,
No,
okay.
no, that one.
Oh, the
door's
door to go out is locked. Oh, is it this door? Okay. Oh no, that's a bedroom.
This way, sir.
Oh,
He's trying his best.
this way. Okay.
Out. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, you got it.
Sorry. Navigation's not my strong suit.
All right then. Fel Sipura does also appear again. Leaving. Here's your stuff.
Yep. Thank you for your duty, I guess, and sorry if we got off on the wrong foot.
Not at all. It's my duty to be skeptical, of course.
I completely understand. You know, you're a guard. You got to do what you got to do. You wouldn't be much of a guard if you just let anyone in.
Exactly.
You know.
Raises the portcullis from above, and you're able to go on through. There's like there's like 2 cranks on the top, and you can hear them like clunk 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 clunk. And as you're in here and you look up, you can actually also see there's murder holes above this area as well. Murder holes are basically like little arrow slits that you can fire down through the floor into. If like people are sieging and they get stuck in here by the portcullis, they can like pour tar down it or like flammable things and then shoot arrows down as well. But it's I just pointed out because you would see them as you're in here.
Yeah. A place not to get caught.
You know,
No,
I think
exactly.
I think that probably would have been more fun if we snuck in.
I mean,
well, you know,
I mean, potentially, but we got in through legal channels, I suppose, and it went pretty well.
Like, I wonder if they have a pouch of 500 gold that could get us into trouble.
One way to find out.
I mean, if we're going to do something like that, I'd probably need to get some proper thieves' tools rather than fishbone and a dagger.
Hey, those fish bones come to very good use.
They did. I'm not going to lie. I'm amazed I managed to. I mean, yeah. But anyway, I guess we'll.
All right. Head back.
Yeah. Do we want to regroup back to? Do we want to go check on the axe beaks before we rest, or do we want to just go to rest? Or do we want to look for the footprints now? I imagine it's quite late.
Yeah, you've been spending a lot of hours here.
How late is it now?
Weather like?
Yeah, that too.
Weather? Let's have a look. It's still heavy snow. For you, it feels like the weather hasn't changed in the last 48 hours. It's just been heavy snow constantly.
Iced, if we don't look for the footprints now, will you be able to find them?
Well, to be honest, we've been in there long enough and in town long enough that if he saw them before he went to rest, they're probably long gone. Well, our best bet is...
He mentioned this was like last night.
Yeah, so our best bet is to keep our eyes open, though I'm tempted, once things get a bit later. How late is it actually? Because
we'll say it's late enough now that you could go to bed and get a long rest if you wanted.
Okay.
So, like evening.
I wish I had my box again, because I'd go get them to keep an eye on that house that we saw.
Yeah, do you think the squatters might be the thieves?
That was my thought. I mean, but
maybe 607 does have the right idea that, you know, with the whole murderer thing. Maybe we just knock on each of the houses and ask if they're the thieves.
I mean, it's not the worst idea. Well, is it?
I mean, it kind of works.
Yeah, it has worked, which is the weird thing.
We did find the murderer.
100% success rate.
Yeah, it's surprisingly, like I said earlier to you, Faith, honesty is often the best policy, even if you are just asking someone if they're murderers.
So we go back, we ask them if they're the thieves. If not, we knock on the next building, ask them if they're the thieves. I mean, we could split up and do that. That'd make it quicker.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's going to be the best use of our time.
The problem is, I mean, they seemed quite keen on us going away, which was suspicious, but they could think we were some form of guard, but then...
Or debt collectors.
Yeah.
Maybe they are trying to get rented. Like, people asking for rent.
Right.
Or maybe people who are going to rob them of their last little bit of food.
Yes.
They may just be impoverished and
True.
hungry and exhausted.
True.
Only one way to find out.
If they were walking, they were casing the castle. I wonder if they were the Sunblights.
I mean, they were looking. They got a whole statue of the
ice
stuff.
But if they're looking for more of it, then there's every guard in there has a piece, right?
True. I mean, if we could get all that, we could sell it.
Potentially. I mean,
however, they don't necessarily seem bad.
No, but well, there is one bit that's suspicious about it. Like, every one of them got the Shardlin through the same way. They went on some sort of journey almost died. Everyone else that went on that journey died except for them.
Hmm.
Yeah,
This is a harsh environment.
Yeah, this.
I know, but
Yeah, but
Well, all of you have almost died once.
yeah, it doesn't quite make sense because I was on the verge of death and I didn't get a black shard amulet.
I was the only one who survived out of my party.
Did
yeah.
you
And I
get
had
it?
nothing.
Oh,
I
okay.
did not, no.
But my point is, whilst they've said like they were the only one to survive, that's just their word. And considering what we've seen this Shardling can do, I'm wondering if maybe it gets sated if they kill enough.
Yeah, I believe them.
But I don't know if I don't want to fully trust anyone who deals in that black crystal until we have
Yeah.
full reason
Either
to, as honestly as they seemed.
either
But
that, or maybe it has something to do with 6 or 7's friend. You said you sold her a load of Shardolin. She turns up
I
here,
sold her some of it.
breaks it up
I mean,
into
she
little
didn't.
pieces
She
and
didn't.
sells it to them as amulets.
Maybe she's an artisan.
Maybe.
Everybody's got to get by some way. We sold fish, right?
yep, that's true. We've got to survive
So,
somehow, but
so they're trying to make maybe that's how they got it through her, and they're trying to make their story more heroic.
though I'd say the strangest thing about those conversations was how guarded and
They were
paranoid
calm. They were
Malfoon
calm.
seemed. Malfoon wasn't. Everyone else was. But he seemed like very guarded over his amulet and seemed annoyed at the thought that we were here to potentially help, or
There was also I didn't mention it before, but the cook that I talked to seemed really squirrely. Like
Oh, you.
he
Oh,
seemed
yeah.
to indicate that maybe something was wrong, but he couldn't tell me. I got the impression that he wasn't there willingly, but he wasn't able to explain to me what was going on. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it at
and
all.
the tiefling girl, while she was a servant girl, and I with that noob guy about, I can imagine her being a bit apprehensive. She seemed very, very, very reserved. I don't know if that might just be her personality, but still a little bit odd.
Could just be because she's a young girl and a bunch of strangers walked into a house and that doesn't get a lot of visitors.
6 or 7. What would you do about the people in the castle?
Honestly, they're not the threat.
Yeah.
What do they?
Fair enough.
What do we know that they're doing
Well,
besides wearing? Besides
yeah.
wearing.
Besides wearing the thing
Charlene.
that makes people crazy.
And yet they're not. They don't. Did they seem that they were in control or not in control at all?
They
Like
didn't seem in
their
control.
their reactions to wearing Charlene, how they acted, was it different than other people's reactions we've seen touching Charlene?
It was different, certainly. But
Yeah. Did they seem like they were going to kill us at any point? Besides besides not wanting us to carry weapons into there?
no, I
So
mean,
what do we? What? So are we suspicious just because they're wearing the jewelry?
I
I
was.
mean,
It was more in my case. I was more suspicious because, as well, now I'm more suspicious because of what Hulla said about the cook. But I was also just generally suspicious by not so much all of them, but how the Malfoon boy was acting. Like he seemed like he was. I mean, Hulla, you knew him before, right? Did he seem like he used to?
no, he didn't seem anything like he used to be. When he was with his mother, he was cheerful and sweet, innocent, open.
When
I
he
mean,
lived.
he wasn't anything like the boy that I knew. And I didn't know
How long
him
ago did you know?
well. I knew him very briefly, but
How long ago though?
just before I met you guys.
So it's not that long ago. That seems quite a drastic change in personality. It's possible that Shardlin affects different people in different ways, and perhaps some do have some immunity to it, or
Yeah,
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Juan Huar never had that experience that the others had, where he was the last survivor of something. And that's the other was he said that they were the last survivor, and they were guided to it. And they only have a small bit. They don't have large chunks of it.
True.
No. Like, remember that statue made of Shardlin? They don't have that. I didn't see anything like that in there.
So,
True.
so 6 or 7, what do you think then? You don't think it was
I
weird?
think it was strange that they were able to wear the Shardlin without being affected, where other people seem to be affected just by touching it, yes. I don't know that we have anything to go on besides that, though.
No. I agree.
Even Huarhar, you asked him, he said he was fine. Did you detect any kind of manipulation, any kind of magic controlling him or anything like that? Or is it just that he wants to be here when he was tired? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what the answer is. I just want to make sure we're not running into something where, by the way, Avarice is in there and she is a very powerful spellcaster.
So that seems like a very logical response. So we came here to check on Hua. We did that. Does that mean
we know where he is? We know how he's doing. The question is our job to bring him back to his mother, or just to check and make sure he's okay, and then let her know?
I mean, he's a grown adult. I don't think we should make him go back. Regardless, it should be his decision.
So are we done here then? Or
I'm not a delivery service. I'm a messenger service.
Yeah,
But you are a delivery service, though.
She just wanted us to make sure that he was okay.
Isn't your whole livelihood a delivery service?
Y'all
No,
missed the Shrek
I got the Shrek reference. Yeah, it was like the reverse of the Shrek reference.
I don't know the Shrek person you're talking about.
You did deliver like cargo, though, didn't you, on your caravan, Ashanti?
Yes, never mind. Bad
So
joke.
They share your belief system. They worship. I mean, that's another thing, I guess, against them is they worship or who's causing all this stuff. No offense to you, Faith, but Oral is causing a huge winter and forcing people into bad situations. So I guess that's another point against them.
You're right. I just wish I knew why. Maybe they do.
I mean,
I was gonna ask, but I got distracted.
I'm wondering, and I realize this might seem a bit grandiose, but based on what that woman was saying, I'm wondering if
what did she say?
Essentially, that the Sunblight Dwarga are holding up in a fortress, gathering Shardlin, and are going to basically wipe out the 10 towns.
I met some of them.
Sorry?
What?
I met the Sunblights. Yeah, I met some of them. They're kind of the reason you guys are out of jail. Remember that distraction? Yeah, that was them.
Huh.
They're the ones that stole the statue.
Oh.
So they've got a huge chunk of Shardlin.
They have a massive chunk of Shardlin, but they're the ones that got you guys out of jail. So, I mean, I'll call that a win.
I'm just gonna ask 607. Did you see any of them use any sort of magic to turn invisible or anything like that?
Well, yes, but they're Duergar. That's what they do.
Yeah. Oh, but that one of the things about these thieves that are about is that they're unseen. I'm wondering if it might be the same people.
Probably could be. Maybe. Who knows?
But why would they be vandalizing things?
How many times did we get pickpocketed in East Haven and didn't see who it was?
True.
That was Ronaldo.
Guys, you're able to sneak into buildings without being seen. I mean, I'm saying it's not. It doesn't need to be an invisible person. But yes, the Sunblights that I met could turn invisible. Yes.
Yes, but
So
it
the
was
old
more.
lady told us that those sunblights are trying to eradicate 10 towns. Eradicate was the word she used. I don't quite know why. I can't figure
And
out what, unless they
and
just want to take over the land. But
and
Why do they want to eradicate? What
that
does it
That's
gain
what-
them?
that's
yeah.
what I wanted to know. She was not very
Hmm.
forthcoming.
Apparently, they power their forges in the spine of the world using the still beating heart of a red dragon.
Oh no,
Who
that
even knew
is
that was
interesting.
possible? Yeah.
And
Can we
they
go
seem
find
to.
these guys? They sound fun.
Well, that's the thing. Based on what this soothsayer was saying, and I don't know how much stock we want to put into it, but she knew your name, Hulla, without us calling you Hulla, so at least show something. We're not that famous. She seemed to think we weren't ready for that, and we needed to gather treasures and overcome great challenges to gain strength, and that Ashanti needed to somehow gather an army that she already has with her.
You mean we're the army?
Who
I-
was
knows?
the
No.
only
That
thing
was
I
weird.
could think.
I wouldn't call us an army.
No, it seemed
Steve
more
has
than
an
that.
army.
It seemed more than that, though I don't know what that could mean. I mean, you've overcome some challenges. Did you see anything that might suggest there's more to you than just you, Ashanti?
No, unless it's the Goliath clans. You know, I'm a member of both clans now.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but we have Eve. It seems to me Eve would be more of a indicator of that. You know,
Yeah.
she'd be more of a link than I am. I just passed some challenges.
Unless maybe it's linked to that polar bear that you're looking for. Maybe you're meant to gather them and gather an army of polar bears. That would be cool. An
Maybe
army
there
of
are other
wolves.
tribes
That
where you're
would
supposed
be.
to join. Who knows? You could become a member of all kinds of tribes and then gather the followers of Ashanti to bind to the world.
I do not think there will be followers of Ashanti.
So we have potentials of an army, but there's a threat that we need to get stronger for. So we have a rest. We go back, claim whatever it is we need to for doing this messenger thing from Cora, and we already know of a few major threats.
Monsters.
Yeah, a few monsters, and we go deal with them, get
Yeah.
stronger, and
if we get a little
head
bit
on.
stronger than we are, I reckon we can take that hag. I mean, we could probably take her now if it's just her, but
All right then. Well, we have a semblance of a plan now, I guess, and
yeah.
guess
Which
it's
is
time.
more than we've had for a while, which is good.
Guess
But
it's
we-
time to rest up then.
but- Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Go to rest up.
Geist will say, I'm going to just do one quick scout around and see if I can see those footprints, but then I'll come back and rest. Because that's kind of what Geist does, he scouts. I found trouble last time, so I might find it this time. But yeah, he's just going to have, I guess, a scout around, perhaps, I guess just...
Find them, Geist. Thieves. They're out there.
Sure. Okay, I've got...
Okay.
Geist is gonna...
I'm gonna follow Barry to wherever he's going.
Bed.
Yeah. Like,
No,
I know you've had a bit of action in the closet, but Barry would also like to sleep alone.
Yeah.
I don't want him. I'm not gonna let him sleep just yet. I'll have
Yeah.
a conversation.
Okay. Let's do that then.
Actually...
607 starts
Don't
unbuttoning his
judge.
jacket again.
Actually,
Oh no.
What?
yeah, I want to go and talk to Barry, and yeah, I didn't want to show this to others, but You have the kind of eye that might be interested in this, and I am going to unbutton my shirt.
Oh god, it's happening.
Okay. Would you like?
Just let it go. Just let it happen.
Okay.
And
I am married, you know that, right?
I'm gonna open up my torso.
Oh, it's a nice torso. Thank you.
This is what's
Okay.
inside me.
Would
This is what's
you
inside.
like
what?
to describe what Barritomus sees, or
Yeah.
I mean,
He
yeah.
sees um not an empty chamber, but it's filled with mechanical pieces, gears that are quietly moving and ticking. Um, and there is a glowing spherical object sort of hanging there that's attached with these wires or ropes or something that's sort of trying to hang in place and be secured there. And um, it is slowly pulsating with an energy that is providing that light, that little glow.
Ah, so it's not runes, but more like your battery operated.
Something like that. I showed this to Avarice.
Ah,
She thinks it's some ancient relic.
oh, cool.
This is what powers me. This is my, so to speak, heart.
Hmm.
I don't know what it is. I don't know how it works. But it'd be nice if I could replicate it.
To like make are you looking to make a family?
Family's a difficult word.
Huh. I
Maybe a
mean,
backup?
oh, so like if you were ever to die, then transfer your brain into a different body? I don't know. Would it be a brain? Would it be like a
To transfer the
information?
consciousness?
Yeah, that.
That I do know is possible.
Huh.
So either
Wait,
mine or
so
somebody else's.
has this happened before, like 606 times? Like, are you like the 607th consciousness transfer?
I don't recall being in any other bodies quite like this before.
Did the
Not
like the
not robotic ones.
oh, so maybe you were a person before? I mean, like a person with flesh and is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
Oh,
I just know it's possible to transfer a consciousness into something like this.
that's cool, I guess. So maybe you're more human than we give you credit for.
Maybe I'm less human now.
You never know. There might be like an uprising one day, and there's thousands of years, and we've all been transferred into robots.
That'd be nice.
Would it?
As long as you all obeyed what I told you to do, yeah, it'd be great.
Huh. A robot dwarf would be pretty cool.
The question is, can you replicate this?
Well, that's a lot trickier than I've ever come across.
So I think I know somebody who might.
Because, like, if I could, I think we've had this sort of this conversation before. Like, if I could study it, maybe I could work it out. Might take a while.
You want to give me a weird tinker roll? I'm gonna say with disadvantage This is something you've never ever seen before.
I'm assuming this isn't going to be dexterity, because
I'm afraid not. It's with
no,
intelligence.
yeah,
And
with
this
this
might be the first. This might be the first of a long series of rolls to fully
I am
understand.
going to use my restore balance ability
Ah,
to not impose disadvantage, but to have him roll straight.
Yep,
okay.
I
Straight.
with a -2 intelligence.
I know. It's gonna be a painful start. Well, 10 is not the worst start.
It's not. It's
This
average.
truly looks like something otherworldly. The others, gears, the ticking things, these are clockwork. You've worked with stuff like this before. You can understand the mechanisms and how the gears join and fit together, the locomotive of it all. But this core, this perfectly spherical glowing object is like nothing you've ever seen, even in your lifetime handling artifacts and other antiques. This stands out above and beyond everything. It is a mastercraft, something as it was alluded to earlier, ancient, and you have
Yeah,
no idea where to start.
yeah. This is a lot. Like, I get that powers you, and maybe something else helps you to control everything, but the gears around it, that explains like how you're able to move your arms and your legs. But yeah, that's confusing
The
in the
power
sense.
source that's yeah, it's alien.
I know where to find somebody who knows about this though.
Oh,
Farther north.
oh,
You've heard of the prison?
have I heard of the prison?
You've heard of Revel's End, yeah.
Okay, yes.
You were going to be sent there if you didn't. Um, not well, you wouldn't be sent there, but effectively, if you didn't get your guild sorted out, and you were found like falsely owning that shop in someone else's name, yeah, there's potential that there's like legal trouble. So yeah, you've heard of this prison. It's Revel's End.
Well, uh, is that's where we have to go?
That's where this person is.
Cool, cool. You are aware that people that go there don't often leave.
Visitors are probably fine. We haven't done anything wrong, right?
Hmm. Does it seem like the type of place that would get visitors often?
It's probably not.
It's deliberately in a remote location to avoid having visitors.
Yeah, I get the feeling that people who go there don't tend to leave.
Well, we'll find a way. Think about it,
Yeah,
and I'll start putting my stuff back together.
All
Have a
right.
good rest, Barry.
I don't know if I'm going to sleep tonight after what I just saw. I don't
Oh,
think I could ever make something that advanced.
don't tell Geist about this. Don't tell the others.
Okay,
Not just yet.
okay.
Speaking of guys,
I will attempt to get to sleep. But
okay.
in my head is just cogs moving and how I could potentially replicate that and make things to sell in the future.
Oh yeah, yeah. Your mind is whirring. And
I will.
the other creations you could make with such a power source would be, yeah, boundless. Guys, where do you search first?
I mean, I doubt they'd be going. Then again, if they're thieves, they probably would be. So I'm probably going to be sort of scouting along like the back line of like these houses, the ones that are still lit, because that's just there's people there, so there'd be stuff to steal from, and then eventually end up towards the castle and scouting around there, I guess. That makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, sure, sure. Um, heavy snow covers tracks, you would imagine, fairly quickly. So
Yeah.
you start your search just to the back of the houses, beginning to follow it around, and there's big, steep clouds of snow built up against the banks of the buildings. So not really finding much. A couple of banks look disturbed though. You get closer, it might have just been where several clumps of snow on the roof finally slipped off and then collapsed in and made like a big divot. But as you go around up to like maybe the last house, there's one bank that clearly has been like pushed through. You can see a cleaved like line through it, and that means they would have gone, or something would have gone behind the house rather than go on the front, rather than go on the street level.
Yeah.
And it's after you get to the end of this bank where it's a little less steep, and you see it. Tracks. A lot of them. They seem to be going in single file, however. There's no mistake. There's several different sized boots kind of treading over each other, going in single file towards the Caer.
That's happened recently enough, then I can see the prints then. Decisions.
After your talk and your chat, it's probably like 11.
Yeah. Geist will use this moment, sort of mark where he sees the footprints going in his like mind's eye, and then quickly go back and let the others know rather than heading off, because if he ends up finding where they actually are, he doesn't want to be trying to handle them by himself. So he'll
An hour into your sleep, and Geist wakes everyone up. Something is afoot.
Yep. Alright, I found signs of people trudging towards the castle, going by routes that doesn't suggest travel, and considering the time, it certainly doesn't seem like they're going for legal reasons. So it's up to you guys whether we go check it out further, but they were definitely heading to the Caer.
Barry, at this point, you could have got a short rest. Everyone could have. So you would have got your spell slots back.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be right back. So
I'll give him one. It's fine.
Yeah.
I've got him covered.
Yeah. So Ashanti, Hulla, 607. Barry.
Do we want
There's a part
to
of me that
follow up with this?
Remember what happened last time? Everybody got woken up in the middle of the night.
yeah,
we did find the honey monster. But
So what did you find this time?
In this case, I just saw there. I followed along the backs of the houses because if there were thieves, I'd imagine that would be the route they'd take rather than the front roads. And I found a set of probably at least half a dozen footprints, walking single file, towards
single
the
file
Caer.
to hide the numbers.
That would be my guess, yeah. But their footprints were slightly different size, and they must have been recent with the snow. So someone's going up there.
You think it's from that house we were in before?
It's
they're heading up to do some stealing?
Certainly possible. Certainly possible. I think it's worth checking out if we can bring...
What? Check out the house, you mean?
Well, no, check out the Caer.
Okay.
Lead the way, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess we might as well. Yeah.
Okay. You can. You can get back your gear, equip your weaponry and such. There's bits staying here.
This is going to stay there to guard the axe speaks, so somebody doesn't steal our way out of town. while we're
You got it.
investigating this.
And Eve is completely sleeping like a log. Like nothing you do to wake her up, she is just out.
Hmm.
Have you guys noticed that every time that Geist goes out in the middle of the night, he comes back and wakes us up?
I noticed that. I think we should start tying him to something
I mean,
and
I
gagging
said
him, and then just that way we can get a night of sleep.
I said I was going out to scout. If you didn't want me to go, you could have asked.
Vengeance doesn't sleep.
Also, vengeance doesn't sleep, according to Ghost Lady.
Okay,
he's ruled by the Ghost Lady.
Yeah, he's ruled by the thing living inside of him.
Interesting.
Aren't we
Okay.
all? Yeah.
Geist again, perhaps, when saying ruled by the thing that lives inside of him, twitches slightly, but
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Let's
you.
go. Let's go follow the tracks. Let's get this done, and then go to sleep and get on with whatever we're gonna get on with.
I mean, best time to do something like this would be at night, right?
I mean, you mean like how the best time for us to do something was when we last went and almost fought the honey monster?
I mean, we dealt with the problem, sort of, but I mean, in this case...
No, we didn't.
We found out about the problem, and the town
Then
made their decision. We're not here to tell the towns what to do. We're here to do our best to advise them on the right path, I guess. But you know, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. And in this case, I said I would look out for the owners of these tracks, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay, right. Let's go deal with it then.
Yep.
Lead away.
Yep. So, guys
Easy
will
enough
head
to
to
head
where
back
he found the tracks and head in
Yeah,
the same direction they were
already-
going.
Already the tracks in just that brief 10-minute back, getting gear on and then coming back here. Already the tracks are becoming difficult to locate again. Like you're trying to pick up the trail. So
Yeah.
I'm actually going to require another survival check because of the heavy snow condition. It's like
For all of us?
Oh god, no.
I mean, you could give it a shot if you've got survival.
No.
Oh, survival, not the weather check.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I do not have survival.
I'll on my backup scout.
Backup scout got a 17. Okay. It's not too bad.
Can I guidance myself on that?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah.
21.
21.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
You spotted
Blackjack.
them.
If
They
they go
are-
down into here,
Excellent.
I swear.
Yeah.
Actually,
607 earlier goes, oh, there's a grate over here. Oh, they just happen to go into the grate.
I will follow along, being careful not to step on them,
Yeah.
and I'll point
It's
them out
not-
to the others.
Not only
Oh,
are
that's-
these fresh tracks, Hulla, you actively
That's a really cool
see-
visual effect, by the way.
Thanks. Only do you find fresh tracks, you see them actively moving in the snow. And when you get to this ledge, you hear a and then landing like with a doof, the big soft pluff into the snow. Like they're there right in front of you.
Okay,
hear
I
the-
want to punch out to
front
where I
of them.
hear someone moving to. Just gonna take a swing with my arm. See if I
Oh,
can knock into
all right.
someone.
Yeah, roll just a strength check, but with disadvantage because they are still invisible.
Okay.
You
Not
hear
bad.
a scattering, a running, as you quickly just like try and swing out. They are clearly alerted to your presence, as you can hear someone nearby with a shovel as well.
I cast fairy fire in the area.
Nice. Clutch.
Yeah, all right, sure thing.
Just seeing
Yeah.
what Hulla tried to do, I cast fairy
Mhm.
fire in the area.
Yeah, go ahead. Cast where you want to place. place where you want to cast it, rather.
over right in front of Hulla.
Okay, yeah, send it.
It did.
Let's see what you find. Oh, you did. Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna roll some deck saves then.
That one
16?
passes.
Okay. Did you hit all 6?
I don't
You
know.
actually did.
That,
You
that one.
actually did.
That one fails.
Okay.
Half a
Right.
dozen.
That one fails.
Yeah.
That one passes.
Okay. I'm not done yet. One more.
That one fails.
Oh, sorry. No, there's 2 more.
I don't know what they would have on top of an 11.
Nothing. They
Oh,
got
that
nothing.
one fails then. So 4 fails
All right.
and 2 passes.
Okay. You see 2 grey-skinned dwarfs with white beards, stocky armaments, and a massive war pick in their hands. They got javelins on their back as well. They got scale mails and a shield too. They're equipped. They're hardened.
Yeah,
There's
they're sparkling green and covered in bugs.
Nice. There is a female, what looks to be like a denizen of what we call Icewindale. They look like a. She's got a weapon, but she doesn't really she's like got some hide armor, but she looks to be like too young to be maybe a militia or anything like that. And she's got her face is like aghast, like she's panicking in this moment as you see her.
It's okay.
And
It's okay.
then-
We're not looking to
And
hurt you.
And then lastly, and verbally, you hear a shit, as a human male with a scruffy beard, he's got cuts and scars all over his face. He's equipped with a set of thieves' tools, and you can see he's already knelt down by the grate, and you can see him undoing something. And there's also an invisible shoveling pushing back the snow off of the grate.
Hello, fellow adventurers.
The 2 dwarves immediately jump into action as if this is going to go down in combat, and you hear the girl say, wait, please, shh, keep your voices down. And she looks up again near the watchtower. They're going to see you.
Okay, I jump down the bank. No weapons drawn. I hide behind the bank.
You land on a dwarf, and you hear, ah!
Sorry.
Right, he was on your
A
square.
little
He
bit of
was right here.
slapstick.
Yeah, and he becomes visible. You like knock him down.
There's-
Bastard.
Hey, no, it's fine. This mix is normal sized.
You what?
This mix is. Yeah, never mind.
And you hear another voice, the invisible one, kind of drop the shovel and say, like, "What do we do? Wait,
How
Wait,
about
you're
you
not-
tell us what you're doing here? We're not necessarily friends of those people in there, but we want to know what's going on.
We're just here to check the plumbing."
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, invisible? At night?
Yeah, so the rats don't get us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting because we were also here to check the plumbing. So we can
Yeah.
check the
Oh.
plumbing together.
Oh, that's
Well, the
that's
other
great.
one, it's got bells on it.
That's great news because we could use the help. We're gonna get out our friends, my father, and all the other servants in there.
Oh,
Is,
are they plumbers too?
No, actually, I'm on
No.
board with this.
is
You
your
just said the
father
one thing.
is your father the chef by any chance?
No, he's his name is Lanthis Alderdusk.
Didn't see him
Are
in there.
all the servants there involuntary?
And you are something younger, Dust?
Yes,
Huh.
Summer
Younger Dust. Okay.
Alderdusk.
Oh, okay.
And
Logan Nine Fingers at your service.
Wealgeist.
And
I look at his fingers. I did visibly look at his fingers.
He's wearing gloves.
Does it
so
look
you
like one?
can't tell.
Does it look like one of the glove fingers is a bit floppy as he's
Roll up
doing things?
just Barry, roll a perception check.
Oh, yeah. Please give me this. Oh,
Yeah, they all look like they're there. Yeah.
it's a very
I'm not sure.
sturdy glove.
Mm-hmm. And then finally, the dwarves are the last ones to introduce themselves. Well, actually, you hear another. I'm with the militia. You hear a voice. And
Which
as
militia?
for the dwarves,
You know,
we're on our own personal business.
we found one of you
We're-
guys, and we
we're-
had to bury him.
We're helping work with them, though. We both want to get inside.
Okay.
And
And what? You're just here to free the servants? That's
That.
it?
Among other things.
What's the other thing?
would what
Didn't
you're
you know? There's a
Mhm.
cult inside there.
Oh, is that what they are? With the symbols?
Yeah. It didn't look like it was hard to tell.
no.
It looked like they just want to protect the area and make a political change.
Oh, I'm sure they've got plenty of changes they'd like to make.
And what changes would you like to make?
Well, it doesn't actually involve anything to do with them. Well,
So,
we shouldn't be standing out here all glowing.
Let's get into the tunnel, I guess, and then we can walk in there.
yes, sorry about that. I should probably drop that, and I dropped that.
Thank you much, Lee.
So-
two of them
Hmm.
back invisible.
Um,
All of them.
Yeah.
So I whisper to 6 or 7, behind, just I think this is one of those moments where we help someone out for money.
How much are we gonna charge them?
50 gold a person.
I'll leave the negotiations on that. Geist is going to offer to help Logan open up the thing because he's also skilled with thieves tools, so
Yeah,
speed up
go
the job.
ahead. You can give me a thieves tools check with advantage, because of course you're helping Logan.
We
Or
roll
Logan's helping you, either way.
13 apparently.
Okay.
Oh, that did roll with
It's a little-
intelligence. Should that be rolling with intelligence?
No, you wanted to select Dex.
Yeah, that would have been Dex.
So that would be
What's
an
the
extra
Dex?
+4 on top of that.
Oh,
That'd be
17.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect then. In that case, yeah, you see where he's undoing the screws. They're so stiffened by all the cold ice, but you can rub the ice off and get to work unscrewing them. And sure enough, the grate does come free. It's a little heavy, but nothing you can't deal with. And you can hear running water underneath. This drops straight down into a stream. And you already see Logan Ninefingers unraveling a coil of rope down to the bottom. And he says, "Alley hoops," and he's down. He's gonna go straight into the. Do you guys follow?
Yeah.
Yes.
See,
Yep.
I
Alright.
told you this would be a more fun way to get in.
I mean,
You're not wrong.
it's true.
So
And
I'm gonna reveal these guys, but they are invisible to you anyway. Just there we go.
Nice.
he has a very
Space out.
mighty mustache.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That was what gave him away. All right, you're down inside this smelly system. Let me get the notes for it. Oh, yeah.
Why is there a boat?
Yep.
Wait, you said they're a
Stone.
cult?
That's right. Cult.
I didn't get that impression at all. Who's the leader then?
Oral worshipping.
Oh, that's called
yeah,
religion.
Yeah, they
Or
do.
some other devil.
They were
You know.
definitely weird.
Religion.
Definitely weird.
So
Uh,
if you were to
see-
describe what a cult is, how would you describe a cult?
A fanatical following of some religious or political order.
So how would
Hey.
you differentiate
Oh,
that
you're in
from?
a cult.
No, what?
Yeah, how
she's
would
a,
no?
she's a follower of a religious order.
A fanatical one, I said.
And
Fanatical.
Are you not?
uh,
Are you not fanatical?
I don't think so.
Maybe not.
I
Maybe
like
not
to be
fanatical
done.
enough.
I'm not here to discuss
Yeah.
religious topics. We're here to
Yeah.
do a job and get
Yeah.
there.
607.
what's the
could
job?
we-
Well,
Yeah, what-
we're here to bust out your friends, first and foremost.
and second most?
Keep your voice down.
Okay, and
That's the
second
second
most? And third most?
Oh, second most is go undetected.
Okay, and third
So keep
most?
your voice down. Will you shut this one up? Socking it.
We just want to know what we're helping do. Freeing prisoners, all aboard with that, but
The easiest way is just to tell people what they want to know.
Yeah, because we should probably know what we're doing here.
I won't say it again. Shh. Keep your voice down. He doesn't seem to want to tell you or reciprocate it.
Yeah.
So yeah, at the very far end, you see that there are stone steps descending into these icy waters, and it's partially flooded. This 20-foot wide, arched tunnel, which continues eastward into the darkness. Well, you are on the east side. Sorry, westward into darkness. No, it's not dark because there's torches. You can see them right at the end, and there's the boat. The rowboat is tethered at the water's edge and looks fairly safe and sturdy.
can
And the water is freezing cold, like rigid. So when you kind of like swung down from the rope, probably had to avoid like actually landing in that by like swinging to the edge. One person has to hold the rope as you descend down. But
are there bodies in the
like, fall
water
down
down here, Chris, or am I seeing things?
No, it looks like bodies in the water.
oh my bodies. You can have a little closer look if you go over there. Sure. Did I pause it?
Yes.
You did.
Yeah, you did pause it.
That's fine.
I thought it was to stop me because I was going to wander over this way.
Okay. You also, with the dwarves telling you to be quiet, roll stealth checks.
Fine. I love rolling with disadvantage.
Everyone, or just the ones wandering around?
So
If you plan to move at some point, I imagine you will still require a stealth check, because anytime you make a noise, the dwarf will turn around and shush you in the face.
is there a price on this job?
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm getting really tired of being shushed. Especially since I don't know what the hell y'all are doing here.
Yeah,
so,
Barry's the same. Barry's just like, is there a price on this job? Are we going to get paid per head?
No. The female, Summer says, he says, look, these dwarves, they overheard our plight in the taverns, and when we were saying that something fishy is going on over here, and I haven't seen my father in days, weeks even, I knew something was up. He doesn't live in the castle, he's just a butler there. Look,
All right, that's
these
fine.
dwarves had potions of invisibility. They offered to help us if we helped them as well. So it's a mutual agreement, mutual beneficial situation.
Okay, so we're happy to help, so long as we can get the crystals from around the neck, because that stuff goes for a lot.
You tested my patience, boy.
I'm sorry, what?
Said keep your voice down.
Oh, I'm so sorry, and that's why I rolled so low. Because I just carried on
Okay.
talking.
Yeah, right, exactly. So we'll start with 607 and Barry. You are entering into a freezing cold chamber, even colder than the icy waters. This little 15 by 15 foot chamber seems to have a frost covered dark interior. And to your left and right, you can see narrow tunnels. And across from the entrance stands an 8 foot tall pillar of ice
Oh.
with a kind of emblazoned snowflake on it, the 6 pointed snowflake. And yeah, there's like chains all kind of wrapped around it as well. And behind the wall there's like this brown fungus that seems to have like overgrown the area as well. To your left, or to your right rather, 607, you see
Yeah,
a small chamber.
I see that. I'm gonna put my hand out to stop Barry from coming down the hall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say
You got
anything. I'm
your-
just gonna put my hand out, try to stop him.
You got a 7, and Barry got a 5, didn't you now? Yeah, that's not very good. You see Avarice inside a private quarters, sitting at a small desk in the dark. Seems to be writing in a book with white leather covers. And there's an ink black crow perched on her horn and seems to be reading along with her scrivening. And
Are we in danger?
without taking her eyes off the page, she says, "What are you doing down here, 607?" She didn't even look at you. The crow is, but she isn't. She continues writing.
We've been
I nothing.
In the dead
Just-
of night, skulking about.
I wouldn't say skulking, really.
I think skulking's the right word.
I'm gonna
Hey.
still motion for Barry to back up or stay quiet. I'm gonna sort of try to cover and take up the entire space so I have her attention over
Mhm.
here. Since she obviously already sees me.
Yeah, the crow kind of
Just
tilts its
don't,
head.
don't even
slightly.
whisper. Shut up.
Okay, I'll be quiet. He says quite loud because he rolled a 5.
Yeah, I know. She heard shuffling. She was definitely alerted to your presence, but it might be a boon that 607 is the first to walk in. Well, I am hoping you have a good explanation for all this.
Not really, actually. I'm just curious.
Overly
I'm-
curious.
It's our nature as wizards, right?
I turn around and I motion for the others to carry on going eastward.
Whilst this conversation takes place, yeah.
Yeah.
Stretching now.
There is a lot of water that runs in this area because it sort of maybe drowns out your walking and footsteps. But now, yeah, Avarice is in conversation with 607. You guys can try to sidle past. At least, definitely the dwarves try to. You can't see their full positions, but nonetheless, that's where they're going. Look, if you came here for after studies, I'm not in the mood. I've got many tests to run on this piece of material. I'm starting to get a bit frustrated with it.
Now you know how I feel. I've been working on this for days.
This isn't even from the material plane.
No, it's from somewhere else. I got that figured out already.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I'm not a complete nitwit. Just like half of a nitwit.
just nitwit enough to come skulking into my personal chambers in the dead of night.
I admit though, probably not the best of ideas.
If you was
But
anyone else walking through there, she grabs her staff suddenly with her grip, one hand holding the the quill, the other pointing a staff, and you feel a icy cold presence around you, just like freezing every little crack in the wall here.
I'm gonna open
Anyone?
up my jacket and present my, like, not like undress or anything, but just like, oh, like if you're gonna shoot me, you're gonna shoot me. I'm not gonna stop you.
In the background, Barry just goes, "Oh no, he's doing it again." Presenting himself.
We're on the same side, Everett. We want the same thing.
In which case, you should be taking out my suggestion of visiting Revel's End.
I am working on that. I need to convince the others first that it's worth going there. I already have one interested party, so 2 or 3 more shouldn't be hard.
I see. I forgot. You like to travel with your friends everywhere, don't you? All right.
They like me. I need them to think that going up there will be helping me.
Well, I will say that Revel's End is also a place where you can book passage on a ship. I don't know if anyone wants to visit family, but there are vessels known to bring prisoners and supplies. So if you're ever in need of a boat, that's another excuse to take them on a little field trip.
Oh, good point. Thank you. You're proving to be very useful today.
Wish the same could be said for you.
You really like it down here where it's this cold? You sleep down here?
This is the perfect temperature.
We may differ on that. That's okay. Nobody's perfect.
By the end of this venture, we will rewrite what it means to be perfect.
Oh, that I like the sound of.
What mystical discoveries will we find beneath that glacier? Oh, I cannot wait. But
Should I leave you alone?
She slams the book closed and chucks the inkwell in the inkwell and turns around and says, "Yes. Do I need to show you out?"
No. I'll find my own way.
I see.
Be seeing you.
She narrows her eyes all the same. But give me a deception check for all of that, and I'll say with advantage, because that was quite well handled. Even though you didn't really give a reason in the end why you're here.
Oh,
she's clearly suspicious of you.
Didn't I get it? I thought it was an 18.
No. She doesn't seem to move from her position, but you can tell that there is a level of mistrust here. She, like, for example, pointed her staff at you for the first time as a threatening maneuver, and she doesn't like you getting close, it seems. So,
No. Not just yet.
You would definitely you can definitely tell she's not in a friendly mood.
Not right now.
Okay. That brings me to Geist and Hulla, who've just moved up the tunnel to see what this is all about.
That was an interesting assertion.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, Barry overheard it.
You can't really flash your way out of everything. Can you?
Talk later.
Okay.
Talk later, that's a good response. Okay, this little area here, you can see some storage, some sacks of whatever it is, probably the last good food trying to keep refrigerated. The west, sorry, yeah, here we're on the far west. You can see the little rowboat, and as they're looking down and into the ice, you can see half-frozen bodies near the bottom. They seem to be weighed down by their chain shirts. There are perhaps about 6 human corpses and 6 dwarf corpses in all.
Huh.
Those friends of yours? Or enemies?
Friends and enemies. Bit of both. Column A and column B. Don't get caught
You know
this
that we're
time.
neither, right? Just to check. We're allies.
That remains
Temporarily.
to be seen.
Hmm.
But I think you'll soon figure out which side you'll want to be on. Once you see how they've been handling themselves in this Caer. There's another little room Ashanti's at. This is another cold storage. There's a sheet wrapping something. Oh god. Another body, this time of a deer. It's got an arrow still lodged in it. So some mutton. And there's other bits of refuse. It's just like scattering
Is there a
of
bloodstain
broken crates
here?
and barrels. Yep, yes there is.
Geist
You
is
pull
gonna
back the top.
Mm-hmm.
There's another body. This doesn't look like it's a dwarf. This looks like a poor, like 10-towner. Though they're kind of wearing nicer clothes. They're not just like cold weather clothing. They're wearing like indoor clothes, so, like a nice little tunic, buttoned trousers.
Guys, how do we know that this is not the speaker?
I don't know what the speaker looks like to be able to
I don't
verify
either.
that, but they are wearing nice clothing. I guess Geist
Oh,
will.
excuse me. There's even more. As you pull back the top even further, guys, there's another body, a halfling, and they are so frozen.
They've been here
Yeah,
a while.
they're like completely frozen over. Yeah, it's been a
But,
long while. Yeah.
but why are they here and not in the river? What's different about them? Geist is gonna check through
Sorry to keep interrupting. The bodies as well. These ones, they are wearing guards' garb, like the tabard of Caer Dinaval, the little fish in the tower, and yeah, they're wearing like a uniform underneath as well.
Okay. But yeah, Geist is just going to rifle through pockets, not looking for things to take, but something to like identify, like maybe something to identify them by, like maybe they have like a necklace with like a family emblem or something like that, or a note or anything like that.
Their pockets are already outturned. Someone's already gone through them.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's a bit of old furniture that looks smashed, probably to use as kindling.
Wait a moment. Older Dusk, can I borrow you a moment? Summer, that was your name, sorry.
Yep.
Thank you, person. Yeah, do you recognize either of these two individuals? Sorry, it's gruesome, but you're the only person from the town that's here. Well, that I know of.
Oh, but these look like servants that must have been in the house. That's not the speaker.
Well,
and
that's...
that halfling, they were a guard.
Right,
Those uniforms, the tabards of Caer Dinaval's guard.
Did the other guards that we saw in the Caer have this tabard on?
Nope.
Well, that's suspicion in itself. Okay, there was a militia guy with us. Militia guy, I can't remember what you said your name was. Sorry. lots of things happening. There's a
Yeah,
member of
Mitch.
Mitch. There's a member of
Mitch,
the
militia guy.
yeah. There's a member of the guard up there. You might recognize and go tell their family.
Oh, hells. This is... Oh, fuck. He kneels down and, like, shakes his head. I'll have to deliver the grim news. This is worse than I thought.
Yes,
I thought they were just kidnapping people, Summer.
Oh, it looks like they're disposing of them as well. But for what or why, it's not clear. Unless ritual sacrifice, maybe, and this is just where they dump them.
Or they were just asking too many questions.
Mitch, calm down. We need to go quietly, or we're not going to be able to get the people out. People first, vengeance second, and that's for the good of everyone. Pale Lady, guy says in his head.
Okay then. There is a ladder at the very end here, and it looks like it goes up to a hatch, which is closed.
Just
Guys,
FYI, Julian and I have to leave in about half an hour.
I'm gonna end it right here. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Geist is going to listen at the hatch to see if he can hear anyone up above.
Yeah. All right. Well then, very plainly you can hear footfalls going back and forth, and you see Logan saying, "We have to wait 10 more minutes. That's when the change of guard. That's when we go up. We'll have our times to strike."
Understood.
But yeah, so with that, you guys can prepare, ready to lift this hatch, and do what you can. Do what you want to do at this point. This is rough though. I will say there's one more thing before we do end. Right at the very end, when you kind of came in, this wasn't just a plain wall that you landed in behind. The river does go underneath. You can see it keeps flowing. So all the way to the east, there looks to be this big overall kind of tunnel. The water goes underneath, but there's a big stone plaque. It's just like blocking it. It doesn't look like as rough as the rest. I'll probably remind you of this next week anyway, so don't worry about that. But yeah, all right. Hope you enjoyed today's session. A lot of information and a lot of new quests. Yep, you're gonna have to fill out the log once again. There's shit tons now. Revel's End, the Zardarok Sunblight. These are big things that are way off in the distance, it seems, but many ventures to be had. So look forward. But yeah, let's wrap it up here. See you all next week, and thanks guys for playing.
Bye for now.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.